Watch the patterns, and when I see a bunch of low rolls, odds are a high roll's coming, so that's when I slip in there. As we see here for John, and 2 pair for OFC. We might see a big one here. These players 13,500 effective. Oh, wow. Okay, he does raise. Okay.
It's at 425. Habip just gonna call with a.
And now OFC might play back here. Top 2 pair. Draw heavy board. Could see a $26,000 pot here.
I actually wore it reasonably new. I wore it on day 2 of the Cha-Cha event. It's my lucky hoodie.
It looks like one of those like tournament players sweatshirts.
Exactly.
That's what it is?
That's why I got it. You know,
like how it's like marketed?
Oh no.
No, I have no idea. I just saw, you know, Chance Corner?
Yeah.
He was wearing one, something like this, and I asked him what the brand
OFC
was.
gonna re-raise. It's a 3-bet on the flop, and might just say if you got 7-9, you got 7-9. But I've got some really powerful cards under this chip.
I'll show you my picture from day 2 of Chocolate.
Oh no.
He's gonna send it, hoist the mainsail, as Derek likes to say. We are poised to play a big one, folks.
Yeah, this is my company.
Oh man.
Did you sell your hat?
Top 2 pair here. Losing the sets, losing the straights.
There you go. Wanted to show it off?
But it's a draw heavy board right now.
Well, I still have some.
I think OFC can get away from this though. Just how deep they are. When someone 4-bet jams on the flop, it's almost never a bluff. I mean, have we ever seen a 4-bet jam on the flop as like a bluff here, right? OFC likes to splash around a lot, but he's really smart in these spots. Yeah, I mean, he has such a good hand, but you just got to go back and think, what could he be 4-bet bluffing with on this flop? I mean, ace-9 of clubs? Why 4-bet? Why risk 13,500, right? I mean, you're in such a good spot. Just call, and you're drawing to the nuts 2 different ways.
You don't need the games? On second row behind the goalie, first and third.
So much strength. Oh no!
He makes the call, and he's drawing very thin. 2 outs out of 4 left in the deck, and he needs one of them.
And those of y'all that were looking for the blood.
Oh, it's clean. Set of 6s. We'll take it down and stack OFC for a $27,000 pot.
And there's the bingo.
The Texas Card House Poker Cruise is getting closer and closer. Poker lovers from all over the country will be joining us on the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas, sailing out of Galveston, Texas. The clock is ticking for you to get the best deal possible. Get an ocean view room for as little as $692 per person. Get a Central Park balcony suite for as little as $734 per person. Under 30 remain at this price point, and once they're booked, these prices will go up. Your room is fully refundable up until December 20th, 2022. Save money by booking today. Reach out to Christy at Curated Cruises to get this amazing deal today. Texas Card House Poker Cruise. More details at texascardhouse.com.
Play the converter or whatever.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of TCH Live. 5-10 and a quarter is the name of the game. It's Wednesday night. It's Ben K with you alongside the one and only Poker Mama. Poker Mama, how's it going?
What's up, everybody? It's going well. I'm happy to be here. Last week was so exciting, so I'm hoping for more of the same kind of crazy action we saw last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Wednesday nights are usually a lighter atmosphere just because there's not like as much life-changing money on the line. Like generally Tuesday nights get pretty out of hand in terms of the dollar amounts, but Wednesday nights are good. Like it's still high stakes, but usually there's some gamble going on, less soul reading. So this should be a fun one. I mean, I see a lot of fun players already. Carlos, JD, who, JD's a crusher. You don't necessarily want to see him at your table, but he's a fun character to watch because he is so good. OFC, Mustafa, fun night ahead of us. We're going to be here for the next 4 hours at 6 p.m. Central Time. We're here till 10. Again, it's Ben K and Poker Mama with you. Shout out to everybody tuning in right on time. Make yourself known in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you hit the subscribe button on the way in, hit the like button, all that good YouTube stuff for the algorithm. Thank you to everybody joining us once again.
I did, yeah. Actually, no, I didn't.
And we're getting right after it. Did a flip. Hear a nice echo. 2-card game.
What's up, Poker Monkey, Captain Underpants? Good to see some familiar faces in the chat.
Do you guys want to do same as last time? 5, 10, 25?
This is fun. It's good to have you in the booth. It's always fun to have, for me, a new personality in the booth. Derek and Ben are great, but it's nice to mix it up every once in a while. Really happy that you're here and excited to hear what you have to contribute to the stream. You're no stranger to the live poker stream streets, but happy to have you at TCH Live for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I see Kim's in the game. Looking forward to seeing her. Last week we saw her husband on stream. And
they have a nice little back and forth thing going.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks, so I mean.
And everybody's accused me of being a JD fanboy, but I am firmly a Kim fanboy as well. Like she has a great personality and also will not apologize for being amazing at the game as well.
She's a crusher.
She'll take your money and then you'll thank her for it.
I will enjoy watching her do her thing. I mean, she's just a badass poker person, but also she's a badass poker female, so I'm obviously a huge fan.
100%. Pairing a double gutter for JD, not much for set for OFC on the end as it goes check all the way through to the river.
Unfortunately for OFC, nobody has a whole lot going here. So let's see if he can extract any value.
Yeah, he's just going to take one stab at it, hoping that someone has some weird, like, ace-3 type hand or something that can calm him down. But
come on.
Kim had the ace-3, but she folded it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty scary.
Deuces, never loses. OFC wins the first one.
Don't believe me, please.
On a roll so far, 1 for 1.
Yeah, OFC, they had some interesting dynamics with eBay Dave and OFC. They had played some spicy hands last week. So.
eBay Dave, fearless, this man.
That was wild. He brought the wild to the game.
Fearless and potentially, like, unlimited pockets. I don't know about anybody's financial situation, but he plays like he stole it.
I mean, people got to believe me when I show my cards, right?
Nope.
We don't believe you ever.
What?
I don't care if you show your cards or not. I still don't believe you.
There's some sort of magic.
Great dealer. Says Poker Monkey. Eddie?
Knows it. Chat knows it.
Oh, it's Kevin, not Eddie.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Kev Boz.
Doing good?
Mixed game dealer extraordinaire.
Good luck.
I've watched him sit there at the mixed game deal for 12 hours straight. I mean, it's insane, this man.
Alice dropping in to say hi. She's rooting for Carlos, Kim, and Danny. Hello, Alice.
Hey, Alice.
Welcome to the chat.
Another classy poker character for sure. Carlos, Dallas-based attorney. Always with a strong blazer game and a strong comedy game at the table.
Water, please,
Kim with just 7 high is going to c-bet. And Carlos looks like he's potentially continuing. For a check raise with 6 high.
We got 6 high. We're going to raise it up here.
Please show
What
it.
else are we going to do? We can't just call.
What a check raise there with the 3-6
I
off.
like it.
The
I like
game
it.
has begun. Carlos and Kim are going to go after it all night. You know, they're always jawing at each other in the chat or at the table, so they're a fun bunch to watch. Cody Holsey asks, where's Brian Green been? I don't know. I do not know. Doug R, down bad, Ben Kirby? Always down bad.
I don't drink.
Always.
I get 12 off the bit, yeah.
5-10, a quarter, and a 50. Man, this game has escalated over the years. I mean, this game started as like 5-5-10, and now it's basically a Tuesday night game as the 50 is on.
Yeah, they like to play big around here, I've noticed. I'm here for it.
Danny having some wine, a little JRB status, just busting out the red wine at 6 p.m. like a boss.
Had a nice Pinot Noir, overheard him at the drink station.
I love it. Ryan in the mix, who looks exactly like Mr. Beast. I'm sure people out there know who Mr. Beast is, right? I mean, he's like the #1 YouTuber
of course.
in the world. This guy looks exactly like Mr. Beast as it comes. Jack of Hearts on turn makes things interesting for Ryan.
I had like 73% that free fair from one, like every hand I played. It was awesome. I gotta transfer that strategy over here.
I mean, this guy could be Mr. Beast. I mean, the whole thing.
I think he's a better looking Mr. Beast. He's got a little Superman going on there too, with the hair and the glasses.
I like it. Yeah, 100%. So he's going to put out the semi-bluff and take it down. For the next 4 hours, I'm hoping we see some 20K plus pots. I mean, that's what I'm always looking for in these streams. 20K plus, I feel like, is a fair baseline to set.
So were we at a 5K max buy-in and then match stacks? Is that
after the first orbit? Usually is how they do it. So yeah, probably 10K max and then match the stack after the first orbit. I think.
Nice.
But the $100 straddle's coming on. Things could escalate even more quickly.
The European guy. They asked him what he was most surprised about when he came to Texas for the first time, in Dallas for the first time.
So I know these players play a lot with each other, so I always find it interesting the dynamics that develop between the players with all their past history together.
Yeah, especially like the deep stack components, like when you get to like check raise, all-in river bluffs, like things get, especially with like JD, who's very capable of just like check raise jamming with air for stacks. Against certain players, it does get very interesting. For sure.
No, I mean
10-9-5 rainbow here.
Everyone has whiffed the past three boards to start. I mean, like not much connection. Danny was just ace high.
Within the last like 18 months or something, like Forge visiting.
Fresh off his, I think it was WSOP circuit main event win up at Choctaw. He won last month or so.
Danny, maybe take a stab out of here on the turn in position.
Yeah, he's got to feel his size probably okay, given that the 9 paired.
I moved from Florida like 10 years ago.
Especially against OFC, who could just have any two.
And then like I have like an F-150, and I just like
OFC, I think, sensing a little bit of weakness in that bet, may have just been picking up a little bit. Decides to call with the king high here. May have ideas of something he wants to do on the river.
Yeah, he blocks some of those straighty tight hands that get there.
When I went to Fort Worth,
he might just donk. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, he can just rep this, having the 7, and should work.
Danny's a really good player, but also Danny has nothing right now, and so
very different expectations there.
He probably knows OFC is capable of betting with air, but also he has air, so he's either going to have to make it like 2,500, 2,100. If he just calls with ace high, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, he looks like he might have naughty thoughts going on in his head about wanting to do something here, but I think maybe it's a little Hollywood. Maybe he's just going to make the fold when he thinks about it.
He's a deliberate guy anyway, so like he's not an over-tanker. Like, he's really thinking about this. He's definitely running all the scenarios through his simulator mind. Very much in the tank. He has the right instinct, but sometimes it's just hard to pull the trigger on the end there when you just have air.
Good fall, good fall.
OFC
is he going to show
always,
it? No, he's
always lying about his hand.
He's just going to show the 7. Nice.
Ace high good? No, he's clear.
That would have been a sick call with ace high.
Okay,
So have you been playing much poker lately?
I have been. So we've got our 500K guarantee mystery bounty going on right now that they're running flights for. So got a lot going on this week, so I could only play day one on Monday. And
Because you enjoy tournaments.
I'm a cash game background player, but the last 4 years I've definitely got the tournament bug. So I did bag on Monday.
Nice.
Yeah,
Congrats.
so we got that bag out of the way, and we back for day 2 on Sunday. But yeah, we're still playing a lot of cash as well, and traveling to some other series.
That's cool.
That's possible.
What's the most recent series you went to?
I went to Iowa for the WSOP circuit last month.
How was that?
It was good.
time?
I got a final table, got a couple other deep runs, cashed the main. We did all right. We did all right.
That's like when you travel for poker, there's like that extra element of like, I better turn something out of this like trip, because it sucks like leaving with a goose egg after paying for travel. So congrats, way to.
Yeah, Aruba was going on at the same time, and I was like, why did I pick Iowa over Aruba? But you know, some of those spots, those like kind of middle areas where you haven't really heard too much, I mean, they just turn out to be really great stops. Everyone's in Aruba, and then
all the crushers are in Aruba,
That's
so I was a little softer. You could say it. You could say it. The field was soft.
it's true.
That's
It's
great.
true. The field was soft. The field was very soft. And then we got another WSOP stop coming up here next week.
Best of luck in the 500K. I mean, that should be a pretty juicy turnout. I mean, the way people show up for tournaments here is pretty consistent, and generally the guarantees like 2 and 3x.
Right.
Or the prize pools, 2 and 3x usually.
Feeling like Saturday's flight's probably going to be huge.
That's going to be insane. I think it's
yeah.
always a line out the door for that, just because, sometimes it's hard for people to get off work, that kind of thing.
Right. We got pocket 10s versus the ace-6, so middle pair for Carlos, the 10s for OFC. Our pot's already at 2.3K. Now the diamond flush does come in. OFC, the only one with a diamond in his hand.
It gives him even a little more cushion, although he doesn't know where his 10 of diamonds is at, but equity-wise, gives him even more.
Yeah, Mallory mentioned it. Said something.
This guy OFC, I can almost guarantee is going to VPIP high for 4 hours straight. This guy loves to play. He's not here to fold. Carlos as well doesn't like to fold either. Given how coordinated this board is now on the turn,
So just be that one-time retired
he might be
guy.
optimistic to peel, but we'll see.
Go out on top, Can only fight the champ.
Pot's 2.3, and he's going to go
925 or so.
What's your name? JD.
Into 3,300. This might be cheap enough for Carlos to look him up. He folds.
Hey, Sam.
nice hand.
Nice hand, nice hand. And goes to the best hand. OFC always doing his part to make the stream entertaining.
Yeah.
Oh, Derek said is in today's tournament. I didn't see him here, but there's a lot of people still in. So
Derek has a history of running deep in these. Best of luck.
yeah, I played with him a little bit on Monday's fight as well. So good luck to Derek. Hope he bags a big one.
Anybody needs a throw.
Although don't necessarily want to be sitting with him on Sunday.
Right. Yeah, he's not the softest spot in the room.
Yeah, that's right.
Great guy, though. Fun commentator.
Yeah, really nice guy.
You got too many?
I'll just put it
And he
over
plays
here
well.
when we run out of tips.
New player at the table. Seat 2. I can't see who it
Who we
is.
got in?
I think I messed this up anyways, so that's good. 50.
So when you make these tournament stops, like when you travel, do you try to be like regimented and only play tournaments, or do you dabble in the cash world?
No, I will. I will dabble in the cash. The grind is long, day after day after day, because I usually play a tournament every day. But I always love cash. So when I was in Iowa, I played a couple of cash sessions whenever I busted a tournament.
Great.
That is my baby. That's my first love. Got the ace queen suited here for OFC, who's going to 3-bet up to 450.
He's had plenty of playable hands today so far. Mustafa,
It's going to come along.
another player that does not like to fold.
Ace high flop. There is a spade working here for Mustafa.
It's like really
If
rare.
OFC does like 1/4 pot, okay, checks back.
I have
So
like it started
free
in
card,
my
straight draw from Mustafa.
scapular
Yep.
area, my shoulder and neck pain.
Rocking the Givenchy tee.
In my arm.
Yeah, not a spade, which would have been better, but he does have a little gut shot working. I think OFC is now going to put some money in this pot. 1K currently.
Got to. You got to.
So about half pot, even smaller.
Maybe 1/3. Yeah, 300.
Yep. I like the size here. I think he feels like he has by far the best hand, and he wants to, you know, extract some value here. It's 90% in this spot, so I think in a good spot.
90% and no limit is a pretty good spot to be in. It's about
Yes,
as good as it gets.
Yes, it is.
He doesn't know that, but we see it. And, you know, you take a little risk by pricing in draws that could suck out on you, but given the size of the pot, it's worth it.
Yeah, with the double check, the check on the turn by Mustafa, I think maybe he eliminates a lot of even flush draws are going to start putting some money in the pot on the turn as well. So maybe he can eliminate some draws, and it's hoping he just has a little something to continue, kind of like he did. And
he got bet 150 and got a little extra on the end.
He got a little value out of the
exactly
queen
where he was
high.
at.
Let's go. Nicely done, OFC.
OFC put him on a hand exactly like Mustafa had
Yes.
and priced it accordingly. That's hilarious.
I just want to make sure you call. No matter what.
It's just like a curiosity call at that point. He's just like, I just want to see your cards, right?
If you're going to give me this kind of price, then...
Yeah, I don't even think he expected to win the hand by any stretch. He just wanted to see the cards, and that was a fair price.
Yeah,
to get to see.
150 into like 2,000. I think you got to call with a lot there.
Right.
So I'm just like, I don't know, do something, and then the next morning I'll wake up.
Yeah. You like twitch it a little bit. You didn't even think it was that bad.
So you're in the Dallas area. You live in the Dallas area.
Yeah.
How long have you been? How long have you lived here?
Moved here basically right as the pandemic started, so February 2019.
Any correlation to the? I guess the card room wasn't open, so 2019.
Yeah, the card room I think opened like shortly after.
Yeah.
But yeah, Texas poker is very good, and yeah, after the Virgin Islands moved here, I have a son here as well. I have a 9-year-old.
Cub Scout. I saw on Twitter.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
That's awesome.
He is a Cub Scout. We're doing popcorn sales right now.
We're doing that.
We'll be at like I don't know, Kroger or Walmart on Saturdays selling popcorn.
That's a good mom right there, willing to go bark at people at the Kroger for popcorn. I did the same. Like we were Boy Scouts growing up, and trying to sell some popcorn.
Yeah, it's good for him. Get those skills. Pocket queens, we do have an ace here on the turn. Obviously, JD has a gut shot.
After JD raised pre, he'll barrel this card pretty frequently because it just, you know, he has all the aces raising pre, or all the best aces.
For Mustafa, who does make the quick call. He would have liked to see a diamond on that turn, but an ace is a good card for him to keep firing. And looky there.
River set for Mustafa.
Who leads?
He was ahead to begin with, but he hit his value card on the river. JD knows that Mustafa's probably playing pretty straightforward, and so.
Good river. Nice. You're ahead the whole way.
But especially on the river.
Especially on the river.
JD's going to bet that ace every single time, and it's, for him it was unfortunate that his opponent was top of his range. Niraj. Jinx. So sorry. Go ahead.
No. He just said, hope everyone is having a wonderful evening and that he loves us all very much. Hello, Niraj.
Wow.
Good to see you in the chat.
Love you back, man.
Whatever we have.
Great to see you here as always.
Last of it. Bottom of the well.
That's a busy man right there.
Kevin, we're at 1,800.
Man is traveling back and forth from LA to Dallas, doing deals, slinging brands, making movies. This guy does it all.
Throw it away.
That's awesome. I have not met Niraj yet, I don't believe.
He's played a few times on the stream, and he'll play in the main room every once in a while.
So rude.
Kicker Problem says, shout out to all the bomb moms out there. Every day should be Mother's Day.
That's
One
right.
of those bomb moms is right here with Kim with pocket tens. Unfortunately, we have jacks for Danny and aces for Ryan.
No. She is a bomb mom.
So the hand
I
was
mean,
about 4, or did you
Start with 5.
her and Hayden raising a little one while also playing poker. Easier said than done, but they do.
How you doing, Carlos?
So over to Danny facing a 3-piece from Ryan. Danny takes this very seriously, but he's got such a strong hand as well, especially with a call in between.
And he's got to be thinking, like, what hands is Kim just flatting when you still have Danny, the original razor, behind? Because that also looks...
Very sus.
Yes, fairly strong. Oftentimes it is a hand, like, between 9s to jacks when they do that there. Like, so he does decide to put in the 4-bet.
It's 1,600. Now Ryan probably only has one move unless he wants to get a little milky. But he calls it.
Yeah.
Trying to induce from Kim. Now this pot is bloated. And you're sitting there with 10s. Out of position. What do you do?
You started with 5-ish?
A little less, actually.
It's really player dependent, I feel like, and her history with these players is going to be what would make a huge factor for me. But I think I would definitely like have alarm bells going off.
Yep, for sure.
Based on the action here.
Kim, at least with Danny, Kim knows that Danny's usually not screwing around here, where, like, I imagine she finds a fold. I'm unsure about Ryan. I'm unsure how much time she spent playing against. But she's going to call, I guess, getting too much of a price, hoping to set mine, thinking that she wins it all if she hits her set.
50?
Yes.
5K in the middle. You hear them all asking each other, how much did you start with? How much?
He said first 625. Then
This is a huge pot already.
Got it.
10! Oh, what a board. This realistically could be 3 ways for stacks. I mean, everyone has
Right.
SPR less than 1.
Right. Danny has an overpair to the board. He's got a straight draw to go with it. Doesn't have a club, which of course is concerning for him. Kim obviously with top set, and Ryan with the best pair plus the nut flush draw. So
Danny
we're going to
with
have a
only-
huge chance.
Yeah, you know, only 2,500 in a stack.
Yeah.
Habip is that.
It feels weak to maybe check after 4-betting pre, but he knows that,
I'll cut those 5.
I mean, this is still a coordinated board. In a 4-bet pot, though, like,
I'm gonna get plus like 3 people.
there's not a ton of hands that got there.
Yeah, I figured this is, yeah, he puts it all in.
He's going to rip it. Ryan's going to rip it. Or I feel like, or he's got to, right? Overpair and the nut flush
Might be the
draw.
last second Halloween costume anyway. So.
Yeah,
He might just
I
be
don't see him going anywhere here. He may be trying to suck Kim in.
Yeah.
we ended up
Not trying to
so we
just
didn't go to that party, so
timing
we
I
tell
don't know, he
himself.
may be legitimately concerned, but yeah, he does go ahead and put it in as well. And
She's going to call!
she has the best hand, so I would think she's going to call. She has the current.
14K pot right out of the gate. Let's go.
I think it's going to go club club.
Straight flush?
Yeah, straight flush. Yeah. I think it's going to be straight flush on the board, 3-way. My read.
JD calling for a 3-way chop.
14.2K in the middle.
What a setup here. Kim says I only do 1 time because I'm a boss.
Yeah.
Ace. Oh no. What?
The worst hand turned into the best hand. The best hand, got
Immediately
got it back.
Wow.
Either of them.
What a run out. Oh my gosh, dude.
Texas now. I've been here for
I mean, granted, he had some equity on the flop.
Right, he
Overpair,
still had
nut flush.
11
He's not going
outs.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Drills the ace on the turn, basically making Kim draw dead. Save for 1 remaining 10.
I'm gonna pay him in big chips.
But Kim, consummate professional, she's like, just take my big chips. I'm still in the game.
Packet king.
20.
What a hand. Oh my gosh, dude. Clip it, David.
Kim has me covered though.
Let's keep this same energy.
This is my reback.
Yeah, I have I added on.
I love the chat sometimes. She should have folded pre. Yeah, hindsight S2020. Yes, you're right.
No side pot?
But also, like, getting a little bit of a price. She hits her hand. She set herself in a position to win a 3-way pot. I mean, she was ahead on, obviously, she was ahead on the flop. And unfortunately, the run out.
Yeah, by a large margin. She was looking very good on that flop.
Well played by all, I think. I mean, the hand basically played itself.
I
There's some
agree.
subtle differences that you could have made.
Pre-flop possibly, but neither, if Kim had decided to fold or call there, I don't think either one of them would have been
Under the dealer.
wrong. So
Yeah.
she can mix there, deciding to fold or pre. And again, I think a lot of past history is going to come to play when she decides which way she's leaning. Ultimately, she flopped top set, and aces resucked on her. So,
I mean, that's poker, and she's very aware that's part of the game. So she's not even like. It stings to lose a pot like that, but also she's just back at it. Like, I've seen her lose much bigger pots and just rally and still book
Right,
a
right?
win. So
Welcome
like,
to the stream. Thank you.
yeah, Ryan, welcome to the stream, bro. This is how it always goes.
Pocket aces all in. How does that work?
I just called his.
I'll tell him what my top stack is. Should be about 10.
Sam, new to the game. I've seen him several times on the stream. Kind of an intense presence. Four-way action. And this is the sign of a good game. The king deuce off, the 6-3 off.
250.
Queens
Mustafa
and
just
tens.
smashing this board, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nobody with the heart draw. Danny's going to, of course, come along here with middle pair and best kicker.
Yeah, you don't blame him. Three of spades on turn changes nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty bricky. That's about as bricky as we're going to get.
Especially given the size of the pot. I think Danny's coming along pretty often. Not for full pot, but, you know, if he had priced it a little less, I think he's still coming along.
Everything hard over there.
But Mustafa, I think, so far has shown himself to play pretty ABC, so Danny could reasonably put him.
Hayden's in the super chat for his lady Kim. Brutal run out. Sending some super chat run good Kim's way. Agreed.
Thank you so much, Hayden. That's a classy move. And yeah, you hate to see your significant other get a bad beat there, but y'all are no strangers to the game, so it's all part of it.
Sending her the heat. David said, consider it clipped.
Good. Thank you. He's always watching, always listening, always clipping.
Got it. Coming.
Carlos in the mix, 5-6 suited. He loves to play some suited connectors, as we all do.
I like him better from a little later position, but you know, it's good to mix it up here from early position too, because it's a little more unexpected and you can really rep the high. If we don't go like 5 or 6 ways, if you get heads up, you can rep the other side of the board as well. So,
at least initially, people will give you credit for higher ranking hands, early position. But if you keep turning over suited connectors under the gun, now people are going to start popping you back.
Maybe
a
like
little bit.
15% of the time, 15-20%.
So Kim, again, best hand here on the button, raising it. 3 callers.
Next time. When it matters tomorrow.
Just like the other guy.
Ace 8-5. OFC second pair. Kim with.
I was like, should I just rip it here? Because one of them's probably got an over in a club. Maybe I just want to take it down.
To her.
Like, nah. Go for max pain.
Side board 4 ways. She raised pre. She's going to represent the aces.
Captain Underpairs commenting on Hayden last night was on comms. I tuned in for a little bit of that, and I believe we had like a huge hand as well. Or I heard there was like big downswing. Like maybe
yeah, like a Cadillac Escalade worth of downswing last night.
Yes.
As it comes 9 on turn, brings in hearts for Carlos and a straight draw.
Yeah, I found Hayden very well spoken and to be expected because he's obviously a crusher in the game, but very good job. I agree.
Yeah, classy guy all around. 7 perfect for Carlos. 9 high straight for the Dallas judge. Not only an attorney, he's a judge. Kim was just king high.
Yeah.
Kim knows that this board is not very conducive to her winning.
Yeah, the only way I think he could get value here from Kim would be to check it, and if she decided to make turn into bluff, but she may very likely just give up. He is going to bet out his hand, as he should. He's hoping she's got some sort of ace-x. She's going to quickly fold.
Yep, nice hand for Carlos. It's nice when the run out just gets you there. You know, you don't have to think too long.
And he shows it. Nice guy.
Yeah, Carlos is one that just likes to play, not here to prove anything. Like, he just enjoys.
He also dresses really sharp. I'm really
every time he's got a new blazer on.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I like the lightning bolt shirt as well underneath the suit jacket.
I think the brand is called Neil Barrett or Daniel Barrett. It's a designer. I've seen it before. Known for the lightning patterns.
Oh, you tape.
You think I'm being serious?
Yeah, it says lots of sick hands last night. I'm going to have to rewatch the stream last night. I didn't catch it, but yeah, I heard it. Things escalated. 2 4s from Mustafa. Yeah, multiple $1,600 straddles, like straddle all the way over to the button last night.
Going straight from the bottom.
Which is just
sicko
mode.
Carlos from the straddle with the ace-jack.
How about this board?
Wow.
Aces and jacks for Carlos. Bottom set for Mustafa.
Oh, my God.
And donk lead right away from Carlos, 500. Don't blame him. Instant call for Mustafa.
Pot's going to get big.
9 of hearts on turn. What a board, Kev. I mean, Carlos, why would you ever fold? I mean, 1,300 in the middle.
No, I mean, we're going to play a massive pot here.
Like
I would
1,000.
believe if Mustafa's going to, no, he does just call. He's in position, so why not let Carlos just keep betting into him?
King of hearts on river. I mean,
does complete some straights.
Yeah.
But the way this hand played out, I think Carlos thinks he's probably still best. Like, he does
checks all in. Instant all in for Mustafa, and now Carlos is like, why would you instantly rip on river? He folds aces and jacks.
The king saved him. That king really saved Carlos there. With a lot of other card comes as a blank, and he's going to lose a massive pot or just all of it. Just going to get it all in.
Gift to Carlos there, but Mustafa instantly ripping it right there, allowing him to fold. It's like, all right, I mean, so you've only showed huge value hands so far. Nice fold by Carlos.
And a lucky king that allowed him to get away there.
I was checking, you keep betting, you had the first one, yes?
What a board.
I turned 2 pairs.
Are you not yet entertained? We've only been at this 30 minutes and we've already seen some cooler situations. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream so far. If you're enjoying the commentary about Poker Mama. Thanks to everybody joining us tonight.
I think it was like 10-7.
Sheesh, dude. Ace Jack 4.
If that is a taste for what's to come tonight, I'm very excited for it.
I love it.
Just max pain. I mean, it's supposed to be
one time. Let's go.
The king saved me some money.
Ryan, queen unsuited. Straddle.
I'm going to open this. 250.
We've all become geniuses over here.
Look good on you.
Imagine Carlos is proud of himself for saving himself a few $1,000.
Habib decides to come along. He's in late. He's got position. I think he wants to play a hand. Why not see one from the cutoff here?
Nice flop again for Ryan. And a straight draw. Yeah, you can see in the background $800, 500K guarantee day one flight going on in the background. I think registration closed at 6. It's 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. open reg. So plenty of late registration if you're trying to hop in one of these flights. I mean, it's closed now, but for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's an absolute fantastic structure. I'm always like, more chips are better. So when they give me 50K in chips, I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
So
instead of like 12,000 with 15-minute levels.
Right. The 50K with the 30-minute levels, the structure's great. No ante the first level. Then it goes to 100, 100, 100. I mean, the structure's fantastic.
So you can play some poker.
You can really play some poker, and you've got time to like find your spot, get settled in, just the whole thing. And so I highly recommend coming out and checking out this tournament. Really, really good. We still have 3 more flights, a Thursday flight, Friday, and a Saturday flight.
Super fun stuff.
Like, well, what do you want? He's like, I want red. Like, okay. And I'm like, we got Camus. He goes, is it red? And then he's like, well, yeah. And they're like, I'll take that. And they poured him like this nice glass, right? First glass, he just like,
Yeah, fantastic fold by Carlos. Hayden's saying in the chat, and I couldn't agree more.
That too, and it's just like,
Good fold.
2 kings for OFC.
Why am I giving this kid Camus?
Danny raised it on the button to 300 with ace-jack. A call from Mustafa.
I had a friend who ordered special select and shot glasses, and he would just shoot it like
Now over to OFC with 12K in the stack. Trying to figure out a price.
Like the waitress was like cute too, so he was like trying to show off the waitress. He's like, oh yeah, look at me.
Oh, I'm sure he had his pinky up. And he was,
yeah. He's like, oh yeah, this is good wine.
It's a 4-bet.
Boom, kills it.
It's like 1,200 total.
Waitress is like, this.
I want something fresh. Don't give me that old shit.
1175.
It goes 4x.
Waitress
It's
is
totally
not
fine. Let's see.
He didn't understand.
He's out of position.
Danny could go either way. I've seen him, you know, just like give these 4-bets credit, or he could also take advantage of his position and call and evaluate post-flop. And he does choose the latter. Mustafa folds.
Did you go to?
SMU.
Pony up. OFC and Danny battling once again.
And change his name to
Ace high board.
What
for
you
Danny.
hate to see
I
when you
know,
have the
so,
kings
like-
is they're the ace magnet. So Danny does get what he needs. Hits his ace here.
I want to say 2-outer, but there was a lot.
Nobody with a diamond.
You had more outs than me. We'll go with that.
Goes check, check.
Here's the board. OFC stab at it in case his opponent doesn't have an ace.
650 into 2.7. So
Very
he goes,
cheap.
yep, he goes kind of small on this delayed c-bet turn. I think it's totally fine, reasonable. You're not really trying to fold out much here at all. See what Danny decides.
And from
to
Danny's
do.
perspective, he still thinks his opponent could have the ace-king and ace-queens of the world. So he's playing a little cautious, just unsure where he's at with ace-jack. Now in check 2 on river, 4,000 in the middle. Can you get some value from kings?
Backdoor heart draw comes in. I don't think that Danny is really worried about hearts the way this hand is played out.
The kids would say he unblocks the hearts right now, but to your point, it's not super relevant, I think. Danny always getting that extra bet on the end. Instant call.
And what sizing did he go? 1.1. So yeah, he went really small.
This is what the pros do really
Yeah.
well, like finding spots to get that extra bet.
Right.
And that's what they live off of.
Yeah.
It's like amateurs aren't making that bet often because they're concerned about flushes getting there. And you're just rarely getting like check ripped on
Yeah, and
in
he's
those spots.
he's pricing it in such a way that he's getting called by worse. And then, if you face some big check raise, then you can really reaevaluate there. But I like it.
Yeah,
It's very nice.
basically put on a clinic for betting value on river. So Danny, again, I'm a fan of everybody. Sorry for being gushy, but everybody, all these guys are so good,
I
and gals are
agree.
so good.
And they're all different. Like, their playing styles are different, but all dangerous in their own regard. That's one thing that I saw last week that I was really impressed by. Everyone had their own style, and they were all very, very different. Some less standard than others is what you like, or less GTO, but all highly capable of just laying down the hammer at any time.
Yeah, it's just so interesting how they implement their individual strategies, and it won't make the clips that hand may not make a clip, and so people aren't paying attention as much, but that's what the pros live off of, plays like that.
Ryan gets aces again, and Danny raised with the Robbie.
The Robbie in the cutoff right away.
I can't triple you
And
up again.
OFC
That's not
sees
fair.
a little
You're just an asshole.
suited one-gapper here right in the middle of the board, and he wants to, take a flop.
OFC, he'll VPIP 70%. He loves to play Ryan, the newcomer run good as it comes queen 4-5. Same pair of aces too.
I said I already did. No more again.
It's so funny how people are
Double stack.
incentivized to play the Jack-4 off now.
One more three-way.
I had the old Jack-4 that time.
Aces are gonna take it.
Good Jack-4.
Yeah. Not quite strong enough. Coming for the 3-bet.
Did you hear the Gulloo go off on Garrett on that deal?
I did not.
Haven't been watching the last like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Last 2 weeks, I saw something last night for the first time.
I've pulled the plug on that whole story. I'm done.
I had so much fun with it for the first like 3 weeks. Though.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm over it. I gotta get my life back together. I probably feel pretty similar though.
I just stuck in my heels and moved on. That's it.
JD, ace-4 folded to him. Raised to 150. Mustafa, quick call. Ace-deuce. OFC's going to come along as well. King 10 suited in the third blind.
Mallory, can you bring us some competition, please? These guys stink. Some real competition.
Straight in flush draws for OFC. Top pair for Mustafa and JD. OFC actually in the lead with his draw, and it comes perfect on turn. 6 of spades.
Just kidding. Leave me alone.
He's been playing goldfish the first 30 minutes.
You can just bring me more.
Data in the chat. What up, Data? Give us an update on the tourney. I suspect that if you're in the chat, maybe you're not on the felt anymore. Let us know.
It's from the Noir kind. It's from Oregon.
Yeah,
Jack pairs the board. King high flush, still good. Mustafa looks like he wants to lead.
I went to a wedding
650.
up there. Yeah. Pretty good.
Try Clark and Telephone by Bell Gloss. Best Pinot.
Yeah, I like Pinots. I've been liking cabs as well.
Over to OFC, wondering if he can raise, or how much to raise.
Drinks like a cab, but it's a Pinot fantastic.
And he is going to raise 2,700. Data 390,000 at 3K big blind. GL's, brah. Of course you're running well in the tournament. Of course. Of course you've got over 100 bigs in the tournament.
Well, I mean, can you get away from this?
Mustafa.
I'm in love with
Counting out some
dude.
chips. 2,100 to call. Versus OFC.
Trying to go on more like long walks, so if you ever want to come, I'm going to try to be walking Rico a lot. So just wherever. Trying to get some
Looks like a
exercise
folds
going.
inbound. You know,
I mean,
ace
easy,
deuce.
Exactly.
Feels a little optimistic, although against your opponent, OFC, he could have 10-6 off here. Who knows? Mustafa really thinking about it. 5K in the middle. Is your ace ever good here? Very much in the tank. I wonder if this is a Hollywood situation or if Mustafa's really thinking about it. Like he doesn't want to feel like he got caught. I don't know if he wasn't bluffing himself, but he also doesn't want to get bluffed. Gets rid of the ace deuce off, and the king high flush is going to be good for OFC. Another pot.
Mustafa, you want me to ask him?
Dragged by
I
OFC.
find out later.
Set him up.
Data still in the mix. 390,000 at 3K big blind is a pretty solid performance so far.
Derek with 390K. That's what's up. At 3K big blind, that's huge.
That's a pretty good spot to be in. 100,
Yeah, it
over 100
is.
big blinds.
Yeah, I bagged 355. I think we were at like a 10K or 12K big blind. So that is a nice stack. It's a bagging stack.
Yeah, let's see if we can hold on to it, Data. That's the whole issue. Sam, let's go with the Robbie.
First fight in last.
I would put my money on Derek here.
I just couldn't even remember.
Yeah,
the
Say
name.
he bags. I'm going to bet he bags over 500.
You gotta stay on top of that shit.
She called your shot, Dana. Over 500 coming your way. Best of luck.
I think bagging has been fairly early the last 2 flights, and I think
Oh,
tonight's
has it?
flight was around the same as yesterday's. So we bagged around 10,
Oh,
and maybe last night somewhere between 10 and 11. So
it's a very reasonable hour.
yeah,
Top pairs for OFC and Mustafa. Jack 4 would have very much been in the lead.
We defend our blinds.
So now Mustafa going to take a stab at it versus his nemesis, OFC, who's got him pipped.
One thing about Texas, we defend our blinds.
Exactly, better.
Fight
nobody with the club draw here. Couple of queens though.
Yeah, Habib has a gutter. Kim's got second pair, but facing a bet and a call. Jack 6 feels a little loosey-goosey. She gets out of the way. 9. Queens and 9s. Mustafa sucks out this time.
Wow.
What do you want to do? Do you want my bed or
Totally up to you, sir.
750?
The speech and then the bet. How do you interpret that?
Well, it's really dependent on the. I would have to like play with the player a little while, because with some players it means one thing and then another player it means something else. So I don't know enough about Mustafa, about his speech play, but I myself like to just shut up whenever I'm in those spots, because I don't want to give away any information one way or another.
Because that's a reality. It's like one way or the other, you're still giving away information.
Yeah, but some players are a master at speech play. Really
100%.
getting players to do exactly what they want.
Yeah, and that's really uncomfortable when you feel like an opponent has you figured out to the point where they can manipulate you with their speech play. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, like earmuffs. I don't want to hear whatever you're saying. I just want to put this together.
Right.
The
But also
old-fashioned way.
on the same front, like the value of paying attention.
Wow, nice fold OFC, showing his poker chops.
OFC gets away from top pair, worst kicker.
He felt Mustafa was very strong there and made a great fold.
Yeah, nice fold
I get
indeed.
Jack. You have Jack, you can ask. I didn't hear you.
I said no.
Just ask for you for my
During the hand,
Andy says, is it me or does Ryan look like a bearded Mr. Beast?
100%, Andy. I said it too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like very distinct. Like they could at least be related.
Yeah, but then you asked me, do you have Jack?
Yeah.
What am I going to say?
So yes or no?
What?
So with these tournaments, you know, 800 to me is a high buy-in for me. Like to some people, it's not. But do you do any kind of preparation for any of these tournaments? Like, is there anything that's helping you right now that's helping you prep for your tourney game?
For me, the most important thing is getting good rest and like eating light, so I don't get tired. Like little things. There's nothing major. Just making sure like I'm giving myself the best opportunity, because these are long days, right? Grinding.
Yeah.
And so my main focus is making sure I'm rested. I don't generally reg on time. I sleep in late. I take my time, get a light breakfast, and come in ready to play, just like feeling good. And if I don't feel good, I don't play, and that does happen. You know, that's the nice thing about poker is you can just play sessions when you feel good. You don't have to play every day. Some people are very, very super consistent. For me, if I'm not feeling my best, I'm just not gonna play my best, and I don't go.
Especially like having the luxury of a place like this where Kim just drills her flush, where there are games all the time. Like sometimes if you have to drive super far to go play, you kind of put yourself in a position to play in suboptimal conditions, because like, well, I already drove out here, or like I'm only out here for a few days. But when you live in Dallas and you have access to these games all hours of the day, it's a lot easier to be selective and to, like, to your point, like be disciplined about understanding how you're feeling at the time, where you're at mentally, and choosing to play or not.
He must be drinking Chardonnay.
Kim with just
That's why I
the relative nuts.
Tina's more
She
of a
does put in the
fun-loving
raise
drunk,
here. Ryan doesn't have much. Is going to be able to easily get away there.
Plus
Yeah.
1,500 for Kim. That's pretty nice.
Nice.
So what's you guys just like keep getting
Yeah,
elected or
I'm
something?
a night owl, so I generally come play very late here. And the amazing thing about TCH is even when I show up at 1 in the morning, there's still like lots of games going on. And can play really any time and don't have to worry about whether or not there's going to be a good game going.
Yeah.
There's just always a good game going.
And do you do any kind of study or any kind of coaching or anything for tournaments or cash? Like, is there anything that's helping you there?
I do quite a bit of studying. So I went through the Raise Your Edge course on tournaments. But I'm also on Run It Once, try to watch a video like 4 to 5 times a week. Just like be consistent, because if other people aren't being consistent and you're being consistent, just getting a little bit better consistently, then you're going to end up winning in the end. So
Did you have kids?
I love that. That's Phil Galfon. Is that his site?
yes.
Run It Once, yeah.
And there's just so much content from high level players. It's just like massive. I'm also a member of Solve for Why, so I'm in the mix a little bit of everything.
It's great,
but
especially if you're you're leveraging it, because there's so many people out here that aren't doing that at all. And so like those incremental boosts to your knowledge and strategy, you're going to pay dividends for sure. And they at least pay for subscription prices. As Jacks again for Danny versus Mustafa with queens again. JD surveying his situation, and he's going to call. I'm on the opposite end where I'm just like come to grips with the fact that I know that I won't be able to invest the time to like put diligent study in. And so I used to have like high standards for my ability to play and results and that kind of thing. And now I'm just like, I know what it takes to be good at the game. I've like performed at that level in the past, but now I'm like, I just know I'm not going to be able to invest that kind of time. And so I'm trying to go easier on myself when I do play, and sometimes get owned where it's like, look, some of these guys and gals are putting in hours on the sims and hours on the coaching and the platforms and everything. And I'm more team like play for fun.
Well, the good news is like game selection is such a huge thing that if you have done some work on your game at all, if you just put yourself in good games consistently, and that's one of the things that I really love about Texas Card House is there's a lot of good action games, and there's some really great players, but there's a lot of players that are just here to have fun, which is great. Recreational players, it makes the games really fun, and you put yourself in a good game, and you're not necessarily going to be up against all those crushers if you're not playing high stakes on a like a crazy lineup of just all high stakes players, crushers, or playing like super high buy-in tournaments. A lot of these players, like for tournaments, it's like a day off. They want to go, they want to play, they want to see how long they can play for, and it's kind of the key there, just keep putting yourself in a position to win.
Yeah, for sure. It comes aces and nines for JD, and Danny's betting with a pair and a flush draw. Just a call from JD with top 2. Mustafa now with queens, facing a bet and a call. You kind of just got to trash him. 6,000 in the middle. These two guys are probably trying to avoid each other as much as they can as it comes to deuce of hearts, because both are like really great players. But now we've got one of the bigger pots of the night developing between Danny and JD. Danny was really just hoping to hit his spade there on the turn, and now he's in a predicament. German moneymaker saying study's overrated. Just watch JD playing and learn from the best. Crying, laughing emoji. German moneymaker, you need to come put that money where your mouth is. Come back to the States. It's JD now considering his next move with Danny checking and a stare down from Danny. JD in the rare tank situation right now. everyone quiet, like respecting these two guys. They're usually operating pretty quickly. That's a bet. Sizable.
1,500?
3,000.
Oh, 3K. Yeah, those are the 1K chips.
9,000 in the middle now.
So he goes about half pot.
And now you're just kind of in a pinch if you're Danny. You don't know if your spade's even good if you bink it on the river.
Sounds empty.
Does not look like he is ready to fold here. He's got to be thinking a lot of different things. I mean, JD can have a hand, some sort of ace-X, and he's going to be good if he hits a spade. Or could JD be doing this with like the naked king of spades, something like that as well, where he's like currently good. A lot of different ways to take this. He's trying to put it all together. I'm sure these players have quite a bit of history, and we know JD is like very, very capable. This monotone flopped board.
Yeah, and if you give JD the opportunity to take the betting lead, oftentimes he is going to take it. And so Danny knows that JD doesn't have to have much here. It's a 3-bet pot. JD called multi-way. And so it's just hard to know what your opponent has.
Yeah, and he's like blocking a lot of like the super nutted hand flushes. Obviously, like king jack, queen jack of spades. Now another ace hits the river, which makes it like less likely that JD has an ace in his hand and could have some sort of like I said, the naked king of spades. So this is interesting now with the ace coming on the river. If Danny's going to think that he could actually be good in this spot.
I can't believe I call this a small game.
12,000 in the middle. This could be the biggest pot of the night. If we see another bet from JD. Oh, we're going to see another bet from JD. He's got the nutter butters. And it's just a matter of pricing it to where your opponent, like the rare case that your opponent has ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen. You want to get paid by all those hands. So he might just rip it. I mean, he's got less than a pot size bet in his stack. He wants all of it. He wants all the ace-queens to have to call.
Yeah,
and he does.
I also agree, and it also like looks bluffy too, because it looks like, I mean,
king queen with the king of spades or something, or even king, or not kings. Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like he could be doing this with a naked spade. Again, Danny blocks a lot of the best spade draws, so that's definitely going to be playing in Danny's head when JD goes for it here on the river. Let's see if Danny can put it together.
He's going to consult his glass of wine. This is
because once Danny calls twice and JD is unblocking the spade draw here as well, like Danny could be calling here with a flush already as well. So now when he goes huge on the river as well, like it's like there's some bluffs here. There's like he's got a boat, because he might even check back after getting called twice. Although the way Danny could be some good Hollywood, but the way Danny has made his calls definitely made it seem like he had like a real decision.
All the way through Saturday. Every day through Saturday.
But yeah, I like this all in here from JD. He's unblocking the flush. He's like hoping Danny has the flush now. Like
any value hand, because I mean the stone nuts for JD really got himself in a position to win stacks. 18,000 in the middle will be, and he folds.
Make a good fold, very good folds.
Plus 6,700. He'll never say. He'll say on. He'll show on stream.
Ace queen, sir. Ace jack.
Nice pot for JD, biggest one of the night.
Ace jack and pocket queen.
And it just doesn't feel right. You know, you see JD week after week just drilling these monster hands, and he just never seems to stop. My man stays stacking chips. He played it perfectly. You know, obviously he would love to get paid there for the final bet, but he can't be mad about a $6,700 profit.
Yeah, I think he's balancing well, like that he's going to be bluff shoving on the river in some spots like that, and then he's going to show up with his super strong hands as well. And this is one of the times he obviously had the super strong hand, but knowing JD's plays, he's definitely also making that all-in move with some of his bluffs and other spots.
100%.
Yeah, there was. Ace-9 deuce, that makes a straight flush.
Andy asks, I'm in Virginia. If I come into town, I want to play a table. How does that work? Well, all you have to do is show up, become a member by signing a little paperwork, paying your membership fee, and get on the list for one of the games that you want to play. You can download Poker Atlas for free and see all the live games that are going right now and all the upcoming tournaments. And all you got to do is show up, become a member any time of day or night, and you too can get in on some of this Texas poker action.
Pocket four is still the best here. Not anymore. Ace hits the river here, and JD steals the lead.
Heater check for JD, rivering perfect in this $300 pot.
I had the king of spade. I folded king of spade.
Yeah, also the great thing if you come in from Virginia that you should know about the games here is they do not take, they do not drop rate, so there is no rate, and there's just hourly, and that's generally better, and I find it to be much better unless you're just like super netty. Then it's much better. So you're not.
And just from like a game dynamic perspective, it's like it's taking no money off the table.
Correct.
And so the stacks continue to rise, and the game progressively gets better and better and better.
I love it. I love that about the card house here.
Yes, it could be a club.
And also, you want to play big, you'll have plenty of opportunity to play big. Like 2-5 and above generally is match the stack, and those games can become huge.
Right. Well, and 1-2, 500. You know, you can do really well playing 1-2 here.
1-2 with no money taken off the table is a different dynamic than like a Vegas.
With a 500 max buy-in, whereas a lot of rooms 1-2 is like 300. So that's great. And again, the games are really good. A lot of people in the Dallas area come out here to play for fun, and we love it. Like the games are fun. The room is really nice. Everyone's super friendly. It's just like a good environment to play in, and a lot of action. Great games. My hourly when I play 1-2 is like way higher than what it should be playing 1-2. You know, like it really shouldn't be what it is.
Shut the fuck up, please.
Queen 3-7 rainbow here. Nobody with the queen. It looks like the pocket.
Mustafa has had plenty of premium starting hands. Pretty 10 still ahead for sure.
Only one overcard too.
And it's really like a minimal investment to play here. It's like $30 a month, or $10 a day, unless they've changed pricing
No,
since
that's
last
the same.
upload.
Yeah.
And there's even like discounts and waivers for first responders and veterans, and plenty of value to be had. And there's plenty of people that are achieving a money-making, profitable hourly playing 1-2, especially now that it's a 500 max. Like the game plays pretty big, but also fun. And also, if you want to play like your 200 or 300 cap, it's like the 1-2 game here is spectacular. I've played all over the country, and it's spectacular.
It really is. Like,
I bet the queen.
Obviously the 2-5 you can buy in deeper and it plays bigger, but sometimes the 1-2 is just so good. Like it's just so good.
Yeah, and if you can afford the 2-5 game is. There's a few people that are probably going to be playing for a living at 2-5, but also there's still, in this town, plenty of people that are just splashing in 2-5 with 10,000 in front of them, and you could win some significant.
Dallas is a big metropolitan area. So there's a lot of players from all different backgrounds, and I really love it here.
I mean, people are flying in from all over the world. I mean, you saw German Moneymaker in the chat. People are flying out here, staying for 6 months to play, and then flying out.
I have met some of those people, which like coming, like you said, from all over the world. I used to play in a card room in California, and I thought the games there were just the best. I was always raving how great the games were here, and then I came to Texas, and I was like, okay, make me a liar, because these are clearly much better games.
2 kings for JD now, and this might be one of those nights for JD.
You're welcome.
Nobody likes to see JD win at the table, but also he's a genuinely nice dude as well. So it's like,
and he's allowed to get good hands too.
That's right. That's the sick thing about it. It's like, I guess he's allowed to get good hands too. Heads up, kings versus Jack 9. off. Like, it's happening for, like, our point is being made for us in real time. Kings versus Jack 9 off for 1,000 in the middle. Straight draw from Mustafa. People in Texas do not like to fold. I don't like to fold. So I'm part of the statistic.
To fold. We all want to play every hand.
King of Diamonds. Top set.
Yeah, that's going to probably be it for Mustafa here. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand. He just has the gut shot.
JD, pretty slick, checking it over to him.
Very smart check. Very smart check.
Full house for JD once again. If you're making full houses multiple times in a night, it's generally a good sign for you. 1,800 in the middle. Mustafa's only got 3,500 behind.
Love that check on the turn. Unfortunately for him, Mustafa's got jack high. But
so if he can somehow find a check again, it gives him the only shot of making anything more.
Yeah.
And he's just going to rip it, hoping that his opponent's got a flush or flop straight or 7.
Good fool, Mustafa.
No pair.
JD rakes another one.
Beat no pair.
As Poker Mama said, we do have the 500K guarantee tournament going on right now. Plenty of day ones to get in on the action. Day 2 being played this Sunday. And no telling what that prize pool is going to be. It's going to be well over 500K. And also 20K mystery bounty up top. Like, if you make day 2 and you bust somebody, then you get a raffle ticket or something.
Yeah, I believe you get to like pull an envelope out of a, or maybe it is a raffle ticket, but yeah, you get a bounty, a mystery bounty, and there's some really good ones up for grabs. So there's 4 cruise packages.
Nice for a poker cruise in the spring.
Yeah, I believe there's 6. Is it? I can't remember exactly. 2 or 6. I can actually pull it up. WPT packages. I believe those are into a $2,500 event. And then there's 120K mystery bounty, a 10K. There is quite a few 8Ks. You know, let me just pull it back up here.
Let me see if I can find it.
Keep going.
Bounties available to day 2. Each player eliminated will be worth a mystery bounty ranging from a minimum of 200 up to 20,000, as well as WPT packages worth 2,500.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, there we go.
There they are, yeah.
4 cruise packages, 1 20K prize, 1 10K prize, 6 5K prizes, 11 2K prizes, and $6,800.
Yeah, which is $6,800 is incredible because the bounty for each player is only $200 out of your buy-in. So
that's awesome. Best of luck to everyone firing in this mystery bounty 500K guaranteed.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're on to day 2 already.
I'm on to day 2, right in the middle of the pack, and I have like, I'm not sure exactly what the blinds will roll back to, but it's going to be quite a bit of shorties. Definitely we'll be going with the strategy of like playing aggressive in the beginning, trying to get some bounties while those big prizes are still up for grabs.
Yeah.
And then once the big prizes have mostly been grabbed up, then start playing a little bit more standard and try to ladder at that point. But yeah, it should be a fun one.
Yeah, the mystery bounty gives an additional element to like that shift your strategy a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially when they're all up for grabs, because it would be sweet to
So early on Sunday, I expect a lot of action. There's going to be a lot of crazy action, a lot of light calls, offs, and stuff, trying to gain those bounties. It's so huge to have a big stack going into day 2 into an event like this.
Well, best of luck. I hope you just take it down.
Thank you.
Why not you, you know?
Exactly. That's what my mommy says. My mommy. That's what my mother says. She says that exact thing to me. She's like, why not you? When I'm like deep in a tournament. So it's funny. I've never heard anyone else say that to me.
Yeah, I look at everything. I look at business school.
Poker grandmama. She knows best. That's the thing about tournaments. It's like there's all the what ifs going into it. And then there's some of the crushing disappointment when you don't ship it. And it feels like, why not? Like, I am just as capable of shipping this as any other of these
Sounded like 30.
randos.
I have a prediction here about this hand. We're going to see a low flop. We're going to see a low flop here, I
Since
think.
all the Broadway cards are taken up. 3-bet from OFC, ace queen suited. Danny with king 10 suited and position.
We also had ace 4 out there as well, so no 3 aces are gone, only 1 ace left in the deck. 2 kings left in the deck that we know of.
Batting 150 from that position and then calling 700. But okay.
Battling spades, heads up.
Whatever comes is what I have.
Whatever you're playing, good luck.
Comes jack high, 6-6. And to your point, this counts as a low flop.
Yeah, the one Broadway card that we did not see was a jack, so this makes perfect sense.
1100, continue. Danny instant folds.
It's really weird to have a test
He takes
that
it
like
down
had like
pretty
a
standard.
I
Secrets
had
of
it,
events there.
like that was really weird.
When we talk about this, the more
I took
you got me
one
interested in
inning,
playing this tournament now. I had no plans of playing it.
Question, like, what the hell
I have no time to play it, but
Do
the more
it.
we talk about it, the more enticing it sounds.
It's really, really fun.
I'm willing to lose it all to get him, so I'm going to try.
I mean, with so much playability, I just feel like the cream really rises to the top in these sorts of things because of the large starting stack. Like you were saying, you know, the 50K really gives you time to find your spots. And there's a lot of blasting going on, you know, there's a lot of
3 years. I thought it was 2 years. 3
just
years.
chips to be gathered.
And you can spend the time
It's not crazy.
understanding your opponents a bit. Like so many tournaments you play, it just turned into a shove fest very quickly. And it's like, it literally doesn't matter who I'm playing against. It's just like a variance fest.
100%.
So it's fun to be able to actually play tournament poker when it's like pretty infrequent because most tournaments are trying to get you through the levels.
Yeah, it being a 2-day just makes such a huge difference because it allows the structure to be so good, and then with it being deep stacked as well. We've got ace king here for OFC.
A lot of spades, just as like last hand.
Yeah, I looked at going
A lot of Broadways, a lot of spades, yeah.
Didn't fit right.
We're going to go
But I had a buddy who
3-way.
was also
3 of the
thinking about it
best.
10 times me. He pursued it, he's at Macomb right now. I think he's like in his third
Look
year.
at this board.
Ooh.
Top pair and flush draws for Mustafa and Kim. No pair for OFC.
If you're going to be successful.
Yeah.
I was a DISD kid. I put myself through college, I put myself through law school.
You have some friends who are doing really well, like that I play poker with, but they're all like they're
Someone's
IP
gonna
lawyers.
lead
That's what I was
out
interested in.
400 here.
Can have a background
Quick
in
call.
so I was like, all right.
Yeah.
From Mustafa.
I had a roommate in college.
Top pair in his second nut flush draw, obviously.
Straight for IP.
OFC.
Like out of the gate,
It's a
what
bit
do you
of a
want to do?
decision here with
We
ace
went
king. Ace
to,
king is the type of hand you really would like to see
was it
all
George
5
Washington in
cards.
DC, and,
That's
like,
where it has its
interned
most
at the,
value.
The patent,
Is seeing
patent
a
office
complete
too, while he was in
run out,
school, so he was just like hardcore
but
into it.
facing a lead and then a
yeah,
c-bet, yeah, I think
well, after talking to them
he
for a
can
little while,
safely
just, like,
feel good about going away because
amount of just, like,
with
work and
unblocking
stuff,
the
like,
flush, the spade draw as well, he knows that like
Well, it's
even
all
if he
those things,
hits
like,
his
such a
ace or
grind,
king,
like,
it's
years
not
and years of grind,
necessarily
like,
even a clean
you guys,
out.
like,
So
were,
if
like,
it's
partners, like,
ace or king of
firms, like, what was
spades,
it, like,
then
a boutique firm, and
you
then,
know
like,
it's
they
no
were
good either way.
They're doing well.
So I like that fold.
Just years of grinding to get there.
I was actually pretty mad in college.
Over to Kim. She announced 1100 and a 19.
Video of a live
For her, she's got 2 overs in the spade draw, but unfortunately her spade draw is no good versus Mustafa, who's going to quickly call. Queen perfect for Kim. A little bit of redemption after losing the big one earlier. $4,000 pot. She rivers perfect.
In college, but,
Fading
I
the
really enjoyed
spade.
engineering. And when I went
Now
to
she's
my
got top pair.
advisor,
We need a t-shirt that says you
Mustafa's got nothing. Oh, excuse me, he's got a 10.
Yeah.
So she could actually price this to get paid, especially with how quickly Mustafa's been
I went to my
calling.
advisor, and
Okay,
for med
pot.
school, like he didn't. All they cared about was
Go
GPA,
about-
like the number. Like
She
they
goes
didn't like wait, like where you went to school, or
1.8.
like what your degree was in. Like that didn't like matter. Like
About
whatever, like, your GPA
40%
number,
pot
and then
here.
like the rest of your application.
And this would be a
right?
great bet at results-wise if she gets a call, and she does
Yeah,
get a
she
call.
does. I think she got like that's just like perfect value. 40% on the river.
Well
Gets
played.
called my second pair.
My mom worked in.
She knows how lucky she got, but she also took advantage of that fortunate position and got paid an additional $1,800.
So like
plus 4,100
Helping people out.
to Kim's stack.
Honestly, I wouldn't-
She's on her way back up, 18,000 behind.
Most of the doctors are like,
Nice bet on the end by Kim.
Nice job, Kimmy. Yeah, we saw her
So it's
take
kinda
that
weird, like, we go,
brutal
like,
beat
pre-med stuff,
earlier
and
with
like,
the 10s where she flopped top set.
And I knew she was going to do this. Like, she just, like, took it on the chin and said, all right,
Yeah,
rebuy.
she's a consummate professional. She's
Yeah.
like just out here doing her thing. And I love the value sizing. She like really priced
I've been in some like
perfectly.
emergency situations. I was just always just like calm,
Got
chill,
paid.
fine, you know, like,
I know what you mean.
and so
Yeah, that's why
when I help people, I'm just like, nah, I don't give a fuck what I'm on.
If you guys have not already, show some love to these amazing players here. Smash that like button as well as subscribe for us.
Appreciate everybody that does that. It helps the algorithm push us out to all the other poker fans that are out there on YouTube that may not know about the stream. Thanks for engaging with us. Thanks for
2 over than spades. That's what the betting.
making yourself known in the chat. Let us know if you've got any questions or comments. We're monitoring the chat. The best way to get your chat noticed is a super chat, but also we'll be checking out the normal chat throughout the night for the next 3 hours. Danny raising it to 150 with ace queen. Couple calls. 6-9 off from both Mustafa and Habib, and they flopped the joint. What? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for both Mustafa and Habib. What is going on, San Diego? Checks all the way through. Pairs the board, and both in a raised, single raised pot. 2 calls. Both with 6-9 off. They both flopped the 10 high straight.
Basically, she just like puts her hair
That's
up. And then,
150,
like, puts on
and
her
Habib quickly raises it up to 500.
Taylor Swift kind
It's
of.
like, I've got a good hand. We're going to put some money in this pot.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Diamonds, blank city, 1,500 in the middle.
Paparazzi over there.
All right, it's going to probably go
Duran.
bet call. Chop it up.
Ooh, baby.
Flopped it.
Chop, chop.
Love it.
No one was expecting him to say chop chop. Like, there's just no way your opponent has 6-9
The
off.
6-9 off.
And everything. Cooking with.
That's some people's favorite hand, you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's hilarious. What a board.
How about you? You got a Halloween costume?
So they both won $90. Congrats. About worth what that hand is. Somebody asked earlier, who's in the booth with me? It's Poker Mama.
What's up, guys? AKA Casey Mills.
Casey Mills, back at it again. Professional poker player, commentator,
Yeah, it's all that. It's kind of
Mom.
controversial.
most importantly.
Actually.
Yeah.
You do it all, it seems like.
I try. Mom is definitely #1 job.
100%.
And, you know, I think poker is actually surprisingly a really great fit for a mom because I get to, when my son's at school, I get to, like, sleep a little, and then I get to pick him up from school, spend the evening with him, and then, you know, I get to come play, like, late at night, which
Yeah.
is nice, and it works out really well, and
I love it.
I love it. It gives me a lot of freedom to,
Yeah.
like, you know, you play when you want. And when I have my mom's stuff, I have my mom's stuff.
It's great to be able to find a rhythm where you can consistently play. 4-way action.
I thought Hayden was going to get someone we could adapt,
997.
Yeah, are all judges
All
like
straight.
you? You know, are they all?
Carlos
Nothing
and
for
Nettie
anyone.
together.
What's up, Kenneth?
On point.
I hope I never end up
And
getting in your
everyone
board.
was kind of intoxicated that night. That was awesome.
3 9s on the board.
I think that was the night my shoulder pain started.
Ace deuce high. Sam actually
You laughed so
finding a
hard
bet.
you pulled the shoulder muscle.
Must have been that, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't bad.
What was it? Pickleball?
It's something different. I don't know what's wrong with me. I gotta see a doctor, but there's something.
What's up, Danny?
You got a herniated
How you doing?
What, which
Possible.
digit on your right hand do you have numbness and tingling?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but I have like 10 different symptoms right now, so it's like really hard to know.
I was just
I
going to
have,
ask
but
him.
not
We
recently.
spoke about
I need to
that.
get one.
You've got a herniated disc at C6, C7.
I think it's
Alright,
5'6".
Let's put money on it. Let's go.
I'll put 500, right?
How else can I
I
get
say
even?
7 or
I
5'6"?
say C6, C7, you say C5, C6.
That's weird.
They're
To be
betting
fair,
on
that
which
was one of the
disc
things they thought it might
Danny
be.
has ruptured
Okay, you
in
got
his
All right,
back
go to number one.
You got 6,
or
7,
herniated.
Alright, let's
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not HIPAA.
C4 through C6, personally.
I got G32.
I love it. Carlos.
This is like, no way this is HIPAA.
An MRI result?
Like a medical test.
Ace Jack suited for Ryan.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And you really need to go get
That way we
checked
can
out.
just keep putting pressure on him about the test.
I can get you.
I'd rather just dump all my money to you guys and drink more
Kim,
wine.
Queen 9 suited in the small blind.
If
She's in
anybody,
no
JD
mood
should buy you
to
the
be
test.
folding
Fuck
suited.
JD, why did he want all that
Hands
money?
in the small blind.
MRI company, so
I know that there's a lot of like
Habib's going to come along. He's got a suited king out of the big blind.
it's not like you're gonna die of radiation poisoning or something.
Ooh, we might just go 5 ways here. Yeah, we got the deuce 4 in there as well.
We've got a poker game now. 5-way action in a race pot.
I've got PPO here.
X6 deuce 2 clubs. Something for a few.
Sam's flopped the best hand here, but yeah, Habib's got some good outs. Oh, excuse me, Ryan. Ryan with the best hand with the ace jack.
It's hard to
versus
keep
Sam.
track of them
King
all when
with
it's
the king.
5-way
When it's 5
action.
ways, it always is.
All these
but
colors.
But both Sam and Ryan with a good jack, and then we've got a flush draw for Habib as well.
This could be an interesting one for sure.
Getting there, getting
Stacks on
domesticated.
cash, stacks.
Getting some domesticated.
VTI, baby, VTI.
UTI, there you go.
3 ways to a turn.
Allegedly.
Agreed.
8 of
I can
spades.
confirm.
Allegedly is one of my favorite adverbs.
Cranberry juice is different though, you know?
Ryan's still
It
with
has
the
to
best
be
of
one
it.
of
Sam in an unfortunate position. I mean, this is the king jack curse. Like, you flop a jack or a king, and you just could so easily be value owning yourself. You don't blame him for betting, especially on this board.
Yeah, it was 750 into 1.6. So he goes about half pot here. Expect to see just a call from Ryan, yeah. And now, with this call from Ryan, Habib may be getting a price here to make the call as well. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Still 3 ways to a river.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
A pot
yeah.
is developing. 10 of hearts on the river. Ryan, the newcomer, run good still.
Yeah, he was trying to sell cranberries for like
Checks back.
20% off. Yeah.
Ace Jack S good. 3,800 headed over to
I put him on an ace of
Mr.
hearts
Beast
checker.
2.0.
You didn't put him on aces earlier.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast, better looking doppelganger.
Still made that play.
Oh, you're
Anybody out there in YouTube land playing the 500K tourney? Let us know if you fired already. Or if you're
Yeah.
planning
He doesn't
to.
have the club. He's gonna
Let us
fold.
know what you're planning when approaching an $800 buy-in tournament. Maybe some of you sattied in.
I saw Manny was playing. I think he was originally scheduled to be in this game, but he was still in whenever. He's a regular on stream,
14 through 17,
and
you'll
he
take
was
that
still in
one.
whenever I walked by, so good luck to Manny.
Well, thank you
Nice,
for
best
being
of
on.
luck.
I want to be the rake in this situation.
I'm getting 1 is
Also,
to 2 if you
Manny
pick
won
one, like a six,
the Tuesday
exact
tournament
six
like
or
last
exact
week as
7.
well. So he's doing well.
Manny
Good
or
luck to
Medi?
him.
That was a joke.
Medi.
Medi.
Thank
Gulloo?
you.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you. Yeah, Medi. That's what I meant. I was like wondering if I was getting it wrong. Yeah, it's Medi.
Oh yeah, I happened to
and
see his picture on Instagram. He took the Tuesday down.
Yes, he
Wow.
did. Medi.
Yeah, he does play this stream a lot.
Yeah, he was supposed to play tonight, but he's still in the tournament. So good luck, Medi.
That's how they always know what I have.
Ace King for Danny. He likes a premium, raising it to looks like 350 after some calls.
Easy game.
Over to Habib, a suited 9-6 now.
All right. Hard game again. Hard game again.
Heads up. Let's see if we can flop the joint
Oh, wait,
again.
too late.
You know it. We know.
Queen 4-5. Check, check.
I'm that friendly guy, you know. I got it.
Open-ended now for Habib. No spades to be found.
Okay. Tell me twice.
Carlos.
Not no pair is gonna be good.
Or 9.
No more nice now?
Think it'd be easier?
I
Yeah,
can
it'd be a
see
lot easier.
The
Nine
whole
is easy.
board. So easy.
Guess
I
what? Whatever you want to do.
Habib does check.
One or
Wondered if
nine.
he would try to make a play at it,
Way
but he
better.
does not.
I mean, you have a perfect angle of the entire flop.
It's much easier.
Is King gonna take down a little one?
And no glare for you, because you're getting a glare from that.
No hard decisions for Danny there. Just got the check down. Taking a look at the chips.
Depends on the dealer.
JD and Kim up top, almost 20,000. Habib and Mustafa down
I'll play your
to
stack.
4K level. Anything can happen in this game, though, folks. Every hand is an independent event, and you're apt to
After this, oh, there won't be any lights. It won't be the same.
turn on a mega heater at a moment's notice.
Yeah, you should, for sure.
Turn 5K into 30 pretty quick. Don't be shy, rebuy. Within reason.
The new decks after the stream?
The tiny ones.
I think he played
Yeah, he
one
played.
time.
Yeah?
We had to get the lights on for him.
Jack 8 for
Even I
OFC.
start with those, especially when we switch. The first like 30 minutes after we switch, I'm like double checking the board.
Yeah, those are tough. Those cards are
Once I get used to them, I'm okay, but like I gotta like really...
Walter said, I played my satellite chip yesterday. I ended day 1B, second in chips. Currently in 5th overall. Let's
Dang.
go, Walter. I'll see you Sunday.
GLGL. Best of luck, Walter. He's taking a few tournaments down here. Best of luck. That's awesome, man.
Captain said he won a satellite seat as well, and he busted on Monday. Hopefully you get another shot at it, Captain.
Second pair for OFC.
Trying to be. Oh. Not in yet.
Not much for anyone else.
I like the dog more than the other. Dog's the big appeal at this point.
100 from OFC. Instant fold from
I
Carlos.
see the work husband meme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So pretty consistently, you're doing the late night
I don't want to say it right now.
sesh.
I do. Derek and I were talking about this because he works. He's like, I don't usually see you. I'm like, I show up around like between 11 and 1. He's like, oh, okay, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, I
On the
play
rounder schedule.
Or even wait.
Showing up
I
when
do.
everybody's smoked.
I like
January 1st, I can't play the stream.
I
no
do
more.
like that, especially like with
'Cause my
drinking and
contract's
stuff. You know, it's nice to
They're gonna think
show
it's-
up like
You
late
can't be a
night.
designer.
Everyone's already, you know,
camera.
feeling a little loosey-goosey. Maybe they're getting ready to
You're inactive,
want
you
to
signed, like,
go
a
home, and
exclusivity?
within a
Yeah.
couple of
There you
hours,
go.
that's
So it
like
ends
my
in,
prime time to
2022.
come in and just, you know,
Unless you can do something.
have fun.
That's great. And there's merit to
One
that.
is likeness.
I mean,
so they're useful.
People are not playing their best after they've gone 12 drinks deep or 12 hours straight. If you can brave the graveyard schedule, you know, there's money to be made.
Right. I'm going to be up anyway. I'm a night owl person, so no traffic. Just
Yeah.
drive right in, you
Just
know.
floor it,
Play
yeah.
a few hours. Usually not a long wait list at that time, but plenty of games.
Mhm. Yeah, it's great when there's open seats. You just walk in and get in.
But
I'll do
also,
too,
guys,
because
if you
this one-
haven't, you can
boys,
download
look at that.
Poker Atlas, and you
wanna
can
talk
put
to
yourself
notes.
on the list for the games when you're like 30,
that's too
45
good.
minutes away, and you'll be much further up the list when
You know
you
I was
get
gonna
here.
miss.
You've got like an hour from the time you put yourself on the list to come and check in at the poker room. So I always do that before I leave the house, and that really gets me further up there.
Yeah, very good point. I think it's an hour max. You can sign up to an hour in advance, and for people that don't know about that, it sometimes can be frustrating to show up and get on the list and see people get seats before you. But if you can if you can look forward far enough to get on the list close enough to an hour in advance, it can really serve you. We can show up and just have a seat ready for you.
Right, and Poker Atlas also shows you like what games they have running and exactly how many tables, how
Yep.
many people are on the wait list. So it's a lot of great information as well as like tournaments and stuff that are going on. So
Really good system,
really
yeah.
recommend that. Got a lot of Battle of the Aces here. Who's gonna
Yeah.
make 2 pair on the river, right?
Sam picked up a wheel draw as well, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
Carlos defending top against some worthy opponents that are trying to suck out.
Wondering if what Sam is thinking. He also has the Ace of Hearts here. He's got the gut shot. He has the ace as well. This could keep him in, but he could also like have. Oh, he does go ahead and make a disciplined fold.
Very
Like it.
disciplined, yeah. Mustafa.
He does, like, by having the Ace of Hearts, he does block some like bluff combos or like just drawing combos that he's beating, is making it like more likely that he could be up against a hand that just dominates him. So that could play into his decision to fold there also.
No, he doesn't know.
Ace Jack, though, it's just like too far up in the range there to let it go, I think, at this point.
Ace.
Queen of diamonds hits the river, and Ace King is going to hold against the Jack.
Carlos is happy to win that one, having had to make some big laydowns earlier in the night. It's nice for a premium to hold up.
Got the lightning going there with Ace King.
This one, you call, I know something.
Right. No, that's good. I like
I thought somebody had said, no. I mean, no matter what,
Stop filming on the screen, I'll get home.
It'll be nice. I mean, I heard you talking about your schedule with your son. We have an 18-month-old, and we love this stage right now, but also it's like we also look forward to having a more regimented schedule.
It's so hard. I'm sorry. He's like, I love the stage. I'm like, it's so
very
so
hard. Like,
hard.
he's super cute. He's learning new stuff all the time, but also there is no chance that we're able to, hit some late night poker sessions right now, just because there's so many variables. There's so many things changing.
Right.
You're still in the tournament, though.
My debt
It's a great job. I have so much respect for mothers because it is just like hard and thankless, but also very rewarding.
Yes. So we've got a gut shot from Mustafa, who turns into a pair here, and then OFC, who also has a gut shot and has top pair as well, and he's going to just take it down.
OFC winning plenty of pots tonight.
I know you have some this fight.
Yeah, that stage, they're so cute. They've got the little, like, toy box voices that are just, like, adorable. But also, like, very tough. Like, I feel like the first year and a half was, like, really, really hard. But Rhett was difficult at that age. He was sickly and stuff. But definitely gets a lot easier, and it's more fun. But you miss, especially, like, the 3 to, like, 6 age, where they can start to do more for themselves, but they're still so sweet and so cute. I kind of start to miss that age now that he's a little bit older. But fun, but tough.
Every stage, I guess, is going to have its ups and downs.
Too big for him to
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's tough, but we're also grateful to have a little guy.
Yeah, exactly. Best job and toughest job in the world.
That's right. Sam with Ace King suited, bumping it, 225. JD had some pretty good luck with 9s earlier in a different setup. 2 9s in the hole, in position versus Sam. Ace King 3, top 2 for Sam.
Not the board you like to see when you're holding 2 9s in your hands.
Sheepish bet from Sam for 100.
He's like, is this like, can I set mine? It's like for like $100.
Getting 6 to 1,
like,
6.5 to 1.
Just like, see if I can hit a 9. He's like,
call.
okay,
It's
for
like
that
this
cheap,
price.
like, let's just see if I can hit a 9 here.
Brick of all bricks on turn.
We like earn a check on the turn by calling, who knows? But not with this hand. Sam's definitely gonna fire again.
$500, more sizable now.
Yeah.
Extra $100 for Sam. I think versus other players, JD might have different plans, but so far, Sam hasn't gotten out of line yet.
Right. So you see across the bottom of your screen, it says if you're interested in playing on TCH Live, to go to the link in the description to sign up. Rather than do that, if you go to Mallory's Instagram, I'll tell you guys what that is, and DM her, that is the best way to say that you want to be on TCH Live. Obviously, we run all different stakes, and we stream 5 nights a week.
There's a black chip right there. Okay.
Thank you. Mallory's great.
Can I get another?
Yeah,
setting this game up, making sure everybody's got what they need.
Carlos, do you want
Yeah,
one
it's
or no?
Mallory Poker, MALLORY POKER. So yeah, if you're interested in playing on TCH Live, drop Mallory a DM, tell her what stakes, tell her a little bit of history about yourself, and maybe you can be on one of our upcoming shows.
Yeah, if you just, all it takes is money is what my dad says, and it's true. No other qualifications needed other than just being a member and being willing to play on stream and provide some action. Generally helps for you to stay the whole time unless you bust, you know. This is an entertainment platform for sure. So this is a whiffed board if I've ever seen one for all these hands. Carlos currently with the best of it with Ace King, facing a bet from Danny with second best. Gets the best hand to fold. Queen takes it down.
No, I had it.
Too far away.
When in doubt, just bet. You know?
What'd you have, Carlos?
Foolproof strategy.
Sorry, my apologies to you.
This hand you had Ace King?
Oh, wow.
Offsuit.
I would have won.
I thought you were going to raise.
I had Ace 10.
Me?
No, I really had Ace 10. Oh my God, this is getting bad.
Don't worry, Andy.
No, really, I'm a producer with HBO. Seriously.
Yeah.
Did I say HBO?
I'm the next Captain America.
Don't inform him where, you know.
Yeah, hopefully the cumulative winnings comes up soon. I know the system does it automatically. Hopefully one day we can have a manual
We're supposed to have,
situation where we can show everybody who's up and who's
Attorney-client
down.
privilege, and you waived it about 17 minutes ago.
OFC King Queen suited in the big
Raise.
blind.
275.
Says raise. A very old school way. Kim. 7-4 suited. She'd love to pop OFC for stacks.
Doesn't look like this is going to get rid of anybody. They were in for 50. They're in for 275.
This is just bloating the pot.
Like, we just want to see this flop. Let's play some poker. Queen for deuce. OFC, who was our raiser, does flop the best hands here.
It's a pretty risky check when you flop top pair with a king 4 ways. 7s and 4s now for Kim, who takes the lead. He really like let him get there.
Yeah, it is a rainbow board, and it's not very connected as far as straights, but because it is so multi-way, just like throwing out a small c-bet can just deny equity just to a bunch of just random hands.
Wheel draw for Carlos, who might get curious. 1600 in the middle, getting 3-1. He does call. Drawn to the nut low. OFC with top pair. Probably kicking himself a bit. Never mind. Just puts a raise in. Probably for value, 2,000. He probably thinks that Kim a lot of the time could try to take this away when check 2 on turn. And now he's going to pop it for 2,000. But 7s and 4s here feels pretty strong for Kim. Be surprised if she puts a 3-bet in, just because maybe sets do this as well. So she just calls. Now Carlos is like, well,
Feeling crunk tonight. I gotta go for it.
I was just messing around, guys.
yeah, for 500, I'm willing to splash. Big river coming. Oh man, he would have got there. The perfect wheel card on the river. Oh, Carlos is pissed. I can feel it from here. Can't see him, but I can feel it.
Yeah, pacing that action, though, a bet and a raise is just like...
Disciplined fold, but, man, you just hate it when
drawing
the card
so
feels
thin.
off there.
Yeah.
Because you even have a feeling, it's like, man.
Now he's just, like, hoping somebody has a flush so he can feel good about his fold.
He says F. 2 pairs. He is pissed.
Steaming.
And
the steaming emoji over Carlos's head there.
OFC is in the doghouse with Carlos now after he priced him out of the wheel draw. Oh man, You see that perfect card peel off. Like, you gotta be kidding me. The card's not supposed to come yet. It still came.
OFC costumes. No reason.
Well, I'm not going to go chase it.
Yeah.
$2,000.
I know, but you called the 500, and he's just like, fuck it. Let me just raise anyway.
And I didn't want the spades.
I think when he raised, he's like, I'm trying to fuck Carlos specifically.
He is.
So Kim is well on her way back to even if she's not there yet. She won a couple big pots.
Me too.
Danny raised to 150, 2 6s. Carlos, another nice starting.
Ace and ace 3.
Spade?
No.
Just ace 3.
You hit a
Oh, you made the
wheel.
weird.
I'm not going to chase a 5, especially with a spade from out
Yeah.
there. 2 players.
I mean, not top.
Almost top.
Top, almost top, you know.
Wow, JD. That's a parrot.
Dang.
You can call it top in that spot. I like it.
Yeah. Can you take this one? I can take this
I don't want a free spade coming out.
2 pair for Danny. He's going to bet it
I
out.
almost just threw that in the cup.
Carlos going to make the call with his ace queen. And yeah, Habib says, not my flop. Let's go to a turn. Is the jack here? Now Carlos has a gut shot to Broadway. Danny's still best with this 2 pair. Check, check, so he gets it to see it for free. Danny's 2 pair turns into a vote, and Carlos just has the ace high here. Danny does check. Yeah, he was trying to give his... I think he wanted to get to showdown there. Obviously, once he calls there on flop, he can have a lot of better boats. Obviously, happy to just go to showdown, check, check, and win it.
See it, Danny. Stacks are growing. Players are matching the stack, adding on. Looks like OFC put a few of those yellow canary chips out front, which are 5,000 a piece.
Or a pumpkin.
It must be nice. It must be nice to have those 5K chips in your pocket.
Not Kim's stack is looking fat.
Yeah.
I know she took that brutal beat earlier, but yeah.
She took a brutal beat. I think she bought like, I don't know,
The one
15,000 or so, and now she's won a couple nice sized
Right
pots.
now,
So
yeah. Like today's day 1.
she definitely
No,
has a
it's not
stack
day one.
developing.
It says not day 1. It started on Monday.
Well, they're all day ones.
Right, yeah. All the day 1. Oh, that's what you got it. You don't play tournaments
both
though, right?
I know day
Mustafa
1.
calls in the cutter.
Yeah.
He played
Sorry.
WSOP day 1.
I
Yeah, I
played a
heard
couple day ones.
a main event a couple times.
I played a couple day 1s, yeah. Day 1
5-way
champ.
action, limped pot.
Day 2 and day 3, that's where it gets, you know, turns into bingo. Not a fan.
Back 10-6, top pair for Danny.
Here, yeah.
Anything
These
that Danny
5-way
knows is
boards,
pure luck.
5-way hands
You
are
just
so
kind
always.
of have to wait. It's like when you call the PLO games too. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna wait for this.
Let's just see
field
how
to
this
thin out.
develops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Now Habib does turn a pair. He's probably hoping to see a spade there come off, but oh,
Trips.
Danny has the trips there.
Odds and jacks with an ace for.
That's 500. Now the board's paired.
What are you doing calling my
Habib may be
525 with ace high?
curious.
A straight? Oh, shit.
What are you doing calling my 525 with ace high?
He's trying to gain information here off of Danny by talking to him a little bit. Interesting.
If you call, I will.
2 pairs, 7-5. Or 7.
I turned my head when I saw the 5.
Good fold. Good fold.
Good fold.
No, I've got a vendetta against him.
Shows a jack, classy guy, Danny.
Nice hand, Danny.
I know.
He feels fortunate enough to win anything with the
I
jack
paid for
7.
the coloring of his beard.
Yeah.
That's why you limp, folks. You get there with the jack
And his
7.
shoes.
And his shoes, yeah. Fortunately, Danny.
Do you implement that at all these days? Do you do any limping?
In tournament poker, sometimes at certain points in the tournament, at around 30 big blinds, later stages of the tournament, I will start to implement like some limping strategy. Don't do it that often. I need to study the spot more, but I know some like really great players that have talked to me a little. We've discussed a little bit about adding in a limping strategy and when it can come into play. I know Lucky Chewy who we during the pandemic played a lot of like Among Us with like Nick Schulman, Lucky Chewy, a bunch like Sean B, a bunch of us all like play Among Us on Discord in the voice chat. And they're always setting some really great players who do it a lot more often than I do. I have messed around with it a little bit more, but still generally an opener.
Yeah, I'm always so curious about that. For the longest time, it was just like, there's not much reason to limp in like most spots, but now some of those guys and girls seem to be, like most famously, like Negrano has been talking about doing recently. And I'm just, that and like having a like donk leading range are two things where when they happen to me, I'm like, there's got to be, there's got to be a basis for this, but I don't know what that basis is, and so I'm never doing it.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's spots that could actually benefit you for doing those two things. I just never know what.
Yeah, I will donk lead out of the blinds on certain board textures, generally as a mix, but like certain low board textures and even some paired board textures in the low end will mix out of the blinds as just an open lead.
Like a limped blind versus blind situation, you just open lead.
Like even just like a defend, it doesn't have to be like a defend. You can lead on a lot of these boards, like Deuce 4-6, where you've got like all the 2-pair combos and straight combos and things of that nature. You can actually just go ahead and take the lead with both some of your bluffs and then obviously with some of your made hands as well. So yeah, there is a time for it. And then also like in certain games, it's like some of these really wild games that we see where they're going 5-way to the flop so much, and it does not matter how much you're opening pre. You know, if we saw this last week if no matter what you open,
it's going multi-way.
It's going multi-way. Like generally the consensus is you just you open to whatever sizing it takes to get heads up or threes. But in some of these games, like, is there a sizing? Is there a sizing that gets it heads up, right?
Especially in this town, in this town, there might not be a size.
Right, and if there is, like, what is our stack to pot ratio going to be by the time we get there, right?
Shoving all flops. Overpair for Ryan and 2 overs and diamonds for Mustafa. This is turning into an interesting situation as it checks all the way through. 8's full for Ryan somehow. This is like the 3rd trips on the board situation tie. OFC with 8's full of 3s. He's gonna get
curious here.
$2,800 pot headed over to Ryan. Interesting turn check, I think, with 9s. 9s feel strong enough to bet. Man, that's quite the stable of connections you've got from Pandemic Among Us. I mean, that is like
there was a ton of us, and actually, some of them still playing. So fun. Well, like Chewy and Nick were just like always really cool and chill.
Nick Schulman.
Me too. And some of the things he would say, he's just, so chill, but also just so funny. He's like, I'm just over here grinding my task. I can't even do a Nick Schulman voice, but he was great. And some of them I still play occasionally. Like Joe McKeon, World Series of Poker main event winner. He still plays like several nights a week, and we still get some games going and stuff, but it's been a long time since I've seen Nick or Chewy in the Among Us streets.
Yeah, quite the squad. And Deeb played too?
Deeb played. There was a whole bunch of us, and all different personality types. Sometimes it got a little toxic, not from Nick or Chewy, obviously, but some of those games got a little toxic, but we enjoyed it. We had fun with it, really fun. During the pandemic, that was our social outlet, you know.
Everybody had to go find one. How did you get to know those guys?
Through Among Us. So we have some gamer groups on like Telegram and stuff, and through Discord, just like games started. Landon Tice had a Discord chat, and they're friends, and so Among Us started playing in Landon's Discord. I got invited. Actually, Doug even ran some Among Us games. I played in. I think he ran like one game, and I played with Doug in his game as well. Seemed like everybody was playing Among Us, but yeah, just started in one Discord, and then we'd move to another, and then we'd consolidate, and more poker players consolidating, and then the real players who we really were grinding. You know,
yeah, because
if you're a gamer,
live poker was done.
Yeah, so we were all
time.
playing online.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like grinding online. So Ace Queen here on Ace 896. OFC was second pair versus Sam's top pair here on the rainbow texture.
Hang out in the corner drinking some Pinot Noir.
Yeah, leave me
He's the
alone.
common man, Danny. Oh my gosh.
I'm your everyday man.
Yep.
Nick Schulman has somehow cracked the code on, to me, like, on commentating.
Oh, for
like,
sure.
To me,
I just wish it wasn't
he's
tricky.
in, like,
Anybody but JD.
there's not a huge pool of people that commentate on poker, but of the people that commentate on poker, to me, he's, like, so far and above everybody, and it doesn't even seem like he's trying.
He is, but it's who he is, right? So when I was commentating years ago, and I was talking to a friend about, you know, wanting to get better and improve my commentating, and he was like, just like be like Nick. I'm like,
oh, just be like Nick.
I can't be like Nick. I have to be me,
right?
But I have to find my thing, you know. But Nick is Nick, and so he's just incredible.
Plays like the highest stakes. He's also like super tall, and then also commentates really well. He's just kind of got a nice little thing going for himself.
Ace Queen here, suited for Kim from Under the Gun 2, is going to raise it up to 250. See if she can get any action. Mustafa wants to play a hand. And OFC with the 10-9 of spades. Obviously, he's in there. Straddle position. It's only 150 more for him. We have a 9 high flop, so OFC is outflops Kim here. Takes the lead. Another rainbow board texture. Kim does have that heart working. She does c-bet. Wondering here if he will put in a check raise possibly, or if he's just going to call. He is going to call.
Seven, pretty safe.
You have a lot of really strong hands. Like Ace Queen, Ace King.
Kim does check back, wants to see a river, and she hits the ace on the river.
All of them beat me.
Like the Barry Greenstein book. That's out 400 now on this ace, and OFC's just shaking his head like, what? It's got to be the ace.
After our bet turn, I was like, oh man, she jammed. Like, if I fold him, I'm not going to be like ecstatic.
Part of me wanted to jam turn on you.
Yeah, I could tell you thinking about it. I was like, fuck, actually.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
Actually, when you were thinking about turn, I was like, this motherfucker has kings, the king of spades, and he's just about to rip it.
But yes, who the commentators were. It's
Great
Ben
fold.
K alongside Poker Mama, Casey Mills
I've done that like
in
twice
the house.
last, like,
Thank you
6 months.
for joining us tonight on TCH Live.
I've done that twice in the last 6
5, 10 and a quarter, no limit. Live from Dallas, Texas. This is Texas Card House. Membership
One time the
only
other guy just had ace, just like literally
poker
popped
club
slow played him too.
in the heart of Dallas, Texas.
And the other time he had
Get all the info on the card room, on the stream, on the tournaments coming up, texascardhouse.com, or like Casey said earlier, Poker Atlas. The best place to find real-time info on all the cash games running, as well as tournaments coming up.
Yeah, let's see if we can get those likes over 100 by, let's say, like 8:30.
For sure, it's definitely doable. 212
Do
of
it.
you watching right now. If you're considering hitting that like button until now, this is your sign to go ahead and smash that thumb pointed up.
Really does help us here out at the stream, like he was saying earlier, with the algorithm. Also just show support to all these players out here, putting their money on the line, their pride on the line.
That's right.
Egos on the line.
egos and pride for sure. Like, this is super vulnerable to have everyone be able to judge your poker game.
Exactly.
As it's ace kings battling versus the 10s and 3s of Sam and Kim. Kim gets out of the way. Sam with 2 10s, facing a rip from Habib.
And like Kim's like flatting range crushes the sets there as soon as she snapped and like set of tens. And he's screamed aces.
3-bet from OFC, an instant shove from Habib, and Sam with 2 10s kind of in the blender in between.
Very hard on yourself, Danny.
I know, that's how you get better though. Bet on the line. Because I flopped the gut shot, and an overpair, but it's not
Captain
good.
Underpair says Kimmy was to my left for 6 hours on the tournament Monday. I'm sure that was not an easy position to be in. CUP. Sam genuinely considering this, especially, well, OFC's got a ton. Does Sam want to play for his $8,400 stack with 2 10s?
Fire this tournament, you think?
I was planning on max firing, but now I'm not sure I'm going to play at all.
Week's like one of the last day ones and then see.
I might max play Reg tomorrow and see how it goes. Just gonna see how I feel.
I mean, if you max play Reg, you have to play like 4 to 6 hours.
Exactly, so you can still get plenty of
It's
chips.
not bad at all. You get 20 big blinds.
You did that yesterday, right?
Yeah. It was so pleasurable relative to the day before. I was like, I'm not gonna max play. I'm gonna max play Reg every day this week.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, Monday I'll try to play. And so I started the
Term out?
tournament.
Term up? No?
And at close of registration, I had 52K.
You know, 7.
And I was like,
I know, but you do have that opportunity of catching like a bunch of free punts, but like, you're not going to do it very often.
And it's just, it doesn't matter even then, like you don't have to bag just because that happened.
You're right, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's one guy that had like 180 at level 2 and he didn't bag, it's just like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Did you have 10s?
I was thinking
You had 10s? I figured, yeah, I was like,
against you, I would have. But
yeah. I figured when you struggled to fold, I'm like, maybe that all-in helped me because it opened it back up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, please fold.
Yeah. I mean, I was folding it for sure. I was thinking you have ace.
Oh yeah, Kim had pocket 3. She would have
What
drilled
hand is that?
the rivered full house.
3-5 spades.
Did you get that like custom made or what?
I thought your hand was 7-3.
It used to be 3-5. That's when I made the hat.
But it fluctuates.
3 standard, and then the other card changes.
Tournament kids.
It's good hand.
These tournament kids.
Us younger kids have an attachment with Ace King.
Yeah, us younger kids.
Hold the pocket 10,
Oh, for sure.
I did. I like the kids.
Me too.
Yeah, you know, the
Me too.
two guys.
You would think one of us has a bigger pair.
Ace 6 suited for Ryan. 18,000 in his stack. I think he started with 5K maybe. Kim over the 20K mark. Ace Jack off.
675.
Sorry. What's happening? Sam
I heard
falls.
Ryan.
Looks like King 10.
Yeah.
Ryan takes it down after the 3-piece. Ace 6 suited. It's still unconfirmed whether or not he actually is Mr. Beast or not. He very well could be Mr. Beast.
He had King 9 off.
Five, 10, quarter, 50, 4 blind structure at this point. Back over to Ryan, ace 4 suited on the button. Slam dunk open when folded 2 on the button. OFC ace 8 suited. He's gonna call. Kim 10-9 suited. Same suit as Ryan. King 10 off for Habib. 4-way action. 9-8 OFC flops trips. Top
Kim,
pair.
yeah, with the 9 here for Kim, it's definitely gonna want to call one.
Ryan's going to continue on this board after raising pre. OFC needs to tread lightly if he wants to milk this. Check raises right away. And this is interesting for Kim. Facing a bet and a check raise.
She does make a good fold. She doesn't have the best 9 there, so even even if nobody has an 8, she knows she could very likely still be beat. Be beat by better 9s or overpairs as well. OFC's check raise is going to allow her to escape there unscathed.
No, pretty disciplined fold.
Yeah, she had a heart working as well.
I just didn't think money
Probably
over.
would've-
There's just better spots for her.
Yeah.
She
Normally I would always flat. With
would
that.
rather not play an overinflated pot
Wanted to
with
change it
a
up.
middling top pair where she just doesn't know where she's at.
Agreed, yeah. Did have backdoor straight and flush options working, but I think facing the raise there from OFC, the re-raise, I think getting away there is smart and well done by Kim, showing again why she ends up with all the money often.
Mustafa 2 9s on the button. She's very strong on folded 2.
I want that cookie.
Clip that.
Suited queen for Kim. She's going to make the call
So I
from the
want that
big
cookie.
blind.
I don't know. He said he wanted pineapple. I want a cookie.
The straddle with pocket 7s here. So we're going to go 3-way.
Interessante.
Ace, jack, jack. The board nobody really wanted to see.
So maybe we'll see a river bet. This board checks around so often.
And so quickly, too. There was
Picks up
no delay.
Broadway draw.
Take
but
water if you have it.
everybody else is like,
Water.
Wait, I hope that didn't come through.
Yeah. It's been a while. Thank you.
Nice stuff for you.
Me too.
Back to Mustafa.
checks back.
Yeah, 3-way check.
Nine's
Brick
good.
or, yep, 9s are good.
Good.
Nine's going to do it. Snoozer board for those 3 hands. Taking a look at the winnings. There it is, folks. Ryan winning 13,000. JD up 6,000. Mustafa down 8,200. Danny losing about 6,600. Kim in the green, 2,400 after losing that $15,000 pot with top set. So everything's going according to plan after that big loss for her. Looks like probably a dealer change and maybe a flip, $100
Yeah.
flip coming.
Ryan and JD are big winners. Ryan up 13.
Yeah, Ryan having a great night for himself after having aces a couple times, both holding up, having,
Do you have
what
any
else?
kids, Ryan?
Yeah, he had aces twice.
But you're married? Engaged.
Can't remember all of his big hands.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
the
had
biggest
quite a
one was
few.
the three-way
yeah,
all-in with
the
aces.
3-way all in.
Where he turned a set of
Don't worry,
aces
I've been
versus
getting
Kim's.
engaged for
Set of
years.
10s.
Yeah, everyone thinks we're married. So. Yeah.
Oh, Kim's, I didn't know that.
But the
I'm
pandemic
included in that
happened,
stat. She
baby
said,
happened.
I've been engaged for years. Everybody thinks we're married. I could have sworn they were
Pandemic
married, but
baby.
they're just engaged.
You have 2 fur babies, too.
Yeah.
2 fur babies?
2 fur babies and a baby.
Car babies at first.
Oh, yeah, we are doing a flip here, it would seem. PLO flip.
Fur baby. Yeah.
2 car babies
Fur baby,
and a
yeah.
fur baby.
The dog. Pomeranians, okay.
So if you haven't played at TCH Live,
Don't worry.
every
They-
dealer
they feel
change
bad for me, so
You don't
they-
is going to either be a bomb pot or a flip, generally. On the bomb pots on the lower stakes games play out 2 complete boards,
Wait.
and there are no limit bomb pots with 2 complete boards. They
This
can
is
get
just the flip,
very
4 card
interesting.
Gotta work
Go
with
straight
the
to a
guy.
flop.
And for like the first year or so that we were open, it was exclusively bomb pots. And now it seems there's a more distinct shift towards the flips, because I think there's a growing number
He
of people
gave me
that
2 cards that
would just
were
prefer to do a
skipped in, and I
$25 flip or
thought
something
I
instead of playing a $500 pot. where-
Right, where you're going to chop it a lot of the time.
I like both. Lower stakes, I'm happy to play a bomb pot. I think they're fun. But to your point, it does slow the game down, or maybe
Seven,
not your
seven,
point, but to a lot of people's point, it slows the game down a
Can't
bit
have seven,
because
seven, seven.
often it's chop pot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, 5-7.
Savako saying Kim should have been 20K plus because of the set of tens. I hear you, but pretty incredible to take that huge beat and be up.
100%.
Yeah.
Ryan,
Ace.
trip fours with a king, and this is the kind of night he's having.
I've got 5 of a kind.
Here's a 4, set 2.
PLO flip, you have to play 2 of your cards in your hand,
Seven is
2 and only 2.
King 4.
So he doesn't.
Better fours.
Look at mine.
So he's got trip fours with a king and a 9. That is gonna do it. Man, it's nice to be running good.
As a 4, so
That's like a great turnover.
Mark
He
Wee with a
shows
good point.
sevens
Yeah, I've
and
seen
everyone
bomb
else
pots take
has a
20
seven,
minutes
so he's
plus.
like
Yeah, that's
basically
brutal.
drawing dead, and then bam, four. Always that way.
Sean, you won the flip. Yeah, we,
Poker Monkey reminding you that you are technically married.
Great.
She can take half at any time.
Yeah, that's great. More power to her.
I still know OFC.
No. What? Brian won.
Other than here's a 4, I mean 3, but it's a king ticket. Doesn't want to cover cards.
Yeah, I'm usually, especially when you're paying time, I'm team like efficient game, as many hands as possible. So that's another mark for the flip versus the bomb pot, because the bomb pots do take a minute.
Luckily, TCH has some of the best dealers,
Yeah.
so that's a huge plus when you're playing time. They get out the hands very quickly and efficiently, very few mistakes. That's what you really want to see.
I've come a long way in terms of not tilting, but one of the most tilting situations still is if you're stuck, you're paying time, and then the game's going super slow. Whether it be somebody tanking
Oh
or the
my
dealer being
gosh.
super slow. Like,
I hear you.
I can be patient for a lot of things, but it's so hard to be like, this is fine. This is fine. I'm paying time. I'm losing. And also the game is super slow.
Sometimes the late night games that I play get like that. I
Or
mean,
like
it
you have
just,
super tankers that you're like, come on, dude, we're paying time.
my ADD gets like really intense. I'm just like, please, please, just play your hand. It's a pre-flop decision for $5.
Right, right. You want to be nice, and you don't know, you know. Oh, man, I just have so little patience for that.
Pocket tens for Kim here versus the ace deuce suited.
But
in
TCH
position.
does employ some of the best dealers in the country. I mean, they've come from all over,
Look at
especially
this.
during the pandemic, as 4-bet from Kim gets called by OFC.
Supposed to come with some blockers.
Yeah. She puts in the 4-bet. Gets called. No ace or heart for OFC. 1 overcard to Kim's tens.
We'll see if this
But when
goes
he
past the
calls
flop.
that 4-bet, you know, Kim's
Thank you so
can't be
much.
feeling like super comfortable. She does check.
OFC is capable of firing 3 barrels with the nut low. We'll see if he does in fact do that. That's 1,600.
That's a joke.
I think Kim's too strong to fold the 1 bet.
A block of water.
Yeah, with only 1
She
overcard
must have looked in my
to
green
the board,
eyes
she
and
does
just
make the
lost it.
call.
We've got a pot brewing here already, 6,600 in the middle.
She is entrenched in my.
The 8 of diamonds turn. Now it's a double flush draw board. Chips none of these players. Kim does check. Gonna see if her call on the flop earns her a check back, or OFC with just the ace high. It's maybe thinking if I'm gonna win this hand, I'm gonna have to continue to fire. But with
Well, I
after
guess
her
you guys all
4-bet,
speed
you
dial.
know,
I'm ready.
she can just be super strong. So just it's like proceed with caution. See what OFC
Once you get your MIR
decides to do here on this turn. Obviously, he doesn't have a
This is my
diamond
29,
or a
not my
spade in his
32.
hand,
We're
so
way off.
even the ace doesn't feel
Nope,
great.
Just terminal cancer. You guys.
He has
Although-
an absolute nut low right,
Right.
now.
Although not necessarily, she's going to have a lot of. She's going to be pair heavy.
So I think he's 6'7", he's 5'6".
Obviously, he blocks like ace king aces as well.
$400 cash, get you an
I
MRI.
got Lou Gehrig's disease.
I think Kim goes check call here most of the time. for most sizings. You know, if OFC makes this 10,000, she's going to be pausing, but he says he gives up.
Yeah.
And I think she knew that he was not super strong there, given the tank
Right.
on the turn.
Well, and just because of the pre-flop play, I think if it had played out differently pre-flop, OFC may have been more willing to fire again, but he's not wanting to just
he's in a 4-bet
double,
pot.
triple barrel off versus just like a super nutted hand.
Yeah. So Kim
Kimmy, when are you gonna get in the booth
adding
with,
more to
TCH
her
Bank?
profits tonight.
They don't
And
wanna
probably
hear
the
it.
biggest stack at the table.
These guys play so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen to her
Especially
with the
JD.
little
No
jab
booth.
there.
Just come put it on the table.
Oh,
They got booth people.
Even better.
Look at your stack. You got like more than enough.
Anytime JD's trying to talk you into something at the table, he's got an angle. So do not comply with whatever JD's trying to get you to do.
the 50 is mandatory, right? Yeah.
That's for me.
So a limp
Nice.
from Mustafa is going to trigger a bunch of limps behind.
Highly encouraged. It depends. It
Raise from
depends. Sometimes
Habib.
we don't do it. Kind of depends how the table's feeling, and usually like doesn't start on, and then somebody gets stuck, and then like
Mustafa in position here with the
Wait for Don to come to
8-9
the table, you know.
does
Such a
make the
tempting
call.
hand.
Yeah, I mean, looks so pretty. Got position.
1600 on.
OFC, on the other hand,
Oh,
5-6
That
off.
was insane.
He's got the
That's
best
the first thing he
position,
Yes.
so he's got that going for him.
I wasn't sure if he would come along with the offsuit variety of 5-6, but he does. Like you said, he's got the ultimate position.
Big C-bet from Habib with top pair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last week it was supposed to be like 510, and I think they made it 510.
Two quick
25
folds.
last time.
Beeb's going to take one down. Nicely done.
Yeah, last week was like
It was supposed
be
to, it
chilly.
was advertised as like a 2-5-10.
What's up, Carlo, the chat pro in the chat? Hello, sir. How's it going? You gonna fire this 500K?
Drive up from Austin, get in on the action, brother.
Mandatory straddle. So technically it was a 5-10-25 game.
But y'all hijacked.
And then we,
Poker
of
Face
course,
Ashes.
made it 50 straddles.
yeah, it's supposed to be Poker Face Ash's game, and you guys
You guys
hijacked.
are up one blindy.
That it was
Did you play that
interesting.
game, or
Okay,
did you commentate
I
that game?
commentated that game, and it was very interesting.
Yeah,
It had
Danny
started
won.
out, it was supposed to be like a
He's trying to get
2-5 game. Then it quickly
JD was kind
became
enough.
a 5-10 game
out.
with like I think they were going to do like a 2K
Jackson
max.
Jenner.
Then it became a 5-10-25 with a 5K max, and then they were trying to make it, and then often during the night they were doing 5-10-25-100. And then
That is such an
eBay
escalation.
Dave was trying to like
Brian
force the stakes
Brian.
to go higher. At one point, I heard him in
Okay.
the chat saying like, "It's not a choice. It's gonna be." It was either
No,
they were gonna make it
no,
a
I know
mandatory
your
50
team
or
does
100,
it,
and I can just see. I mean, Poker Face Ashes was the largest game she'd ever played by
Yeah,
far, and
the one
you know
where
what
they
she
don't-
thought she was getting into versus what the stakes these players were willing to play.
Right.
But she did really well. She stayed super disciplined, found a great spot, ended up like winning close to 5K on the night.
Great.
So yeah, well done for her in a game
Especially
that.
since it's like her like marquee game. Like she was the
Right, she was her meetup game, but the players at the table were like,
well, let's play 5-10 and a quarter for
"We're
10,000.
taking over here. We're gonna play big."
Dallas.
Exactly. That should have been the sign of the night. Welcome to Dallas, Poker Face
And
Ash.
that's Dallas.
Just give me
Shuffle
pocket
those
nines
3
and
and
we'll
one
play
card
some
goes.
She seems like a very nice person. Poker Face Ash.
Very, very sweet. Yeah, she just came out with her vlog. You guys, over that stream that she played last week, and go check that out. Poker Face Ash on YouTube. Get to see some of the highlights from that stream.
There's several ladies that do really entertaining vlogs these days. Like I like hers and Ashley Sleets.
Mm-hmm.
who
Oh, I
does a
love
good
Ashley
job.
Sleece too. She's just so bubbly and happy. Like watching her and her personality, and she's so cute. It just like makes me happy. She
Yeah,
just-
and in poker, that's like hard to do.
It's so
'cause it
hard
could be
to do.
It could be a downer
Yeah.
sometimes.
That's fine.
really
But
enjoy
yeah, both
her
of them
stuff.
seem super positive. I was like, man, if I could be positive like that, I'd probably do way better at this game than just being like, "Whoa, it's me."
And then my best friend in the world is also an amazing vlogger, Jamin Burton of the Drawing Dead vlog, and I think he's my favorite. Yeah, my favorite vlogger.
He puts a lot of effort into his too.
His production quality is insane. He's got like a whole comic book thing going, and it's really cool. Yeah.
They have to wipe everything.
So 3, 8, 9 here. Where did our flop? Oh, little lag here. 7, 9, ace. So Kim and Carlos flopping top pair with Mustafa making second pair.
This is like the 4th or 5th time Carlos is at ace king tonight, so let's see if he can capitalize. Checks top. Over to Kim, who's got to feel okay with top pair, backdoor spades.
400 into 640. She goes like 2/3. Pretty big sizing here. This rainbow board. For C-bet sizing. Yeah. Obviously, Carlos makes an easy call. She does bet again here on this turn. The sizing she went on the flop, I thought she might actually check back this turn. She does decide to bet again, thinking that Carlos could have a 9, some kind of 9-10, king 9, something like that, jack 9 hand.
Aces and kings for Carlos. He does a good job of under-repping his hand. Sometimes that's got him into trouble, but in this case, I imagine Kim will be very surprised to see that Carlos is ace-king, given the line taken here. But she's also aware of kind of the body language that Carlos is displaying.
Yeah, and I think it was just so likely for Kim to check back this river that I think that this lead was pretty mandatory.
Kim now is like, what leads on river? This is either air or something that feels nutted.
There just weren't a lot of draws out there to be missed.
Right.
So
she's like, did king 9 get there? Like maybe king 9?
I don't necessarily think I have the best hand, but I literally have no idea what you could possibly have.
Yeah, see, like this is why this is so confusing to all of us, because
probably have to call.
You'd expect ace king, you'd hear from an ace that's beating you by this point. This is the difference in their play styles. Like Kim's a pro, Carlos loves to play, but has, playing regularly. And Kim says, nice hand, nice hand. So she, I don't know, maybe lost close to the minimum.
Yeah, Carlos gets it done.
King. Yeah, nice hand to Carlos. He's happy to win that one. Over the $10,000 mark is Carlos.
I like that last flop better. I wouldn't have had anything.
Kim with the largest stack at the table, and she's earned it. I mean, she bought some of the chips, but she's earned her profit status. Like she lost a huge one at the beginning of the stream that you can rewind back and look for a 3-way all-in for $15K, and now she's battled back and is probably winning over $5,000. So when you're traveling for these tournament series and that kind of thing, do you ever dabble in anything other than No Limit? Like, do you play any of the other games?
Like the dark side.
The dark side, the great game, or the mixed games, whatever.
Oh, I thought you meant when I talk about the dark side, I mean like craps, roulette, blackjack,
table games. Yeah, that is the dark side. I guess PLO feels like a table game sometimes.
I don't generally play like the PLO or the mixed games. I have before, but I traditionally stick with my No Limit. And in the past, because I've been playing for like 21 years now, I never go to the dark side. We did have another
It's like a good present to
six-way
yourself. You know, it has
pot here.
like
At least six, yeah.
Six-way board here. Let them clear out here a little
Do you
bit.
know that
Carlos with
Emmy
the best hand with
can make
ace.
hot tea for us
Wow.
on there?
Yeah, so
She doesn't
traditionally
really
never
like
really
that.
played
I'll
anything
ever
on the
make
dark
it
side.
happen.
Here
Yeah.
recently,
She
I've
can't
dabbled a
make- pull it
little bit in
down
some
from the
blackjack
counter.
here and there, just for fun, nothing much, just like, you know, a few $100s.
So you can put the coffee cup under the
But
thing,
other
and
than
she
that,
can
don't
push
really
buttons.
play
Does
much.
she always want to like take a sip out of your
I
cup
learned my
or
lesson
whatever?
with the table games. Like they're so
she
fun to me,
Pulls the
but
counter
like if I
stool
think
up to
about
the
it
coffee
for any
machine
amount of
every
time, it's like
morning,
I just
like,
there's no way I come out of this a winner in any way. It like
16 months next
I'm either there to just I guess have a good time, even though in the back of my mind it's like I know I'm signing up to lose. Like I'm rewarded by these free drinks and maybe some
You're really
short-term
good when we
wins,
went shopping the
but they're
other day.
basically telling you you're not going to win this.
Right.
And it's the worst feelings back in the day. It's like I would book a poker win and on the way out, like sit at a blackjack table and then blast the poker win off at the blackjack table and drive home in
That's
silence.
the worst feeling. That's the worst. Yeah.
I love showing.
I had pocket sevens.
I want to
It's
show
fun
him
with a
so- I
group,
wanna show
like
him so
especially
much
if you're
more.
I like
with
the beach shot.
people that
I
don't play
really-
poker. You know,
Because
I
you
guess there's a
usually
place
is
She's
for
a
it.
natural.
Yeah, I think of
reason.
it more like a social thing, like in the evening, maybe a little unwind, but
Get you your
don't
watered
do it
down
very
gin and tonic.
Loves them,
often.
but wants
Yes.
to beat 'em, you know?
That's the
You're
love.
not
I
getting
think.
answers on your phone, are you?
Kim,
He's got
queen jack
aces.
off.
It's disconnected from our
I've
phone.
got two.
He needs 15 then.
Me too.
Mustafa in the tank after Kim raised at 250. Queen jack.
750.
Oh, three-piece.
750.
OFC. This is pretty bold, given that an early open like this from Kim is usually pretty strong. But OFC, great timing,
The commentary?
dominating queen jack.
No.
No, it's this girl from,
Casey?
yeah, the girl from Stones or whatever.
There you go.
Mama, right?
Something like that.
She did a
Yeah, and I think she's doing this because she's in position.
was on,
She's
Stones
deciding to
paper.
float call
Stones
here, having position on these two players with the queen jack with the two Broadway cards. And this is gonna be a little painful.
Yeah,
This might be a little painful for Kim.
Apparently playing some gig. I didn't know he played guitar.
I think she's just relying on her ability to play
Man of
post flop
multi-talents.
as a way to call the
Magic
three bet there, but
gathering,
now it's gonna
guitar,
get dicey for her
poker.
when she flops top pair
Yeah.
and OFC has her pipped.
Yeah, I went to a Magic tournament with him.
Did you?
Yeah. It was fun.
OFC betting 1,500 for value. Pretty safe board for king jack now, or it
Do you
feels.
play or?
Kim's also got to think
I have, yeah, on and off, but it's just like,
in a
to be
three-bet pop.
competitive, you have to be like really into it. you know?
Unsure
I
where
just
I'm
try
at
to
with
make
top
time.
pair with a queen
I've never
now.
ever played once. So
Mustafa, we
I
don't know what he has.
But you, like it's the same type of thing as this. It's like luck and skill, so it's like smart strategist or whatever.
Mystery,
will
you
always
know.
be good
There
at
it goes. It's the 10-7.
Discipline folded the second pair from Mustafa. So we've got a pot brewing between OFC and Kim. Large stacks between both of them. 10K
Beat
effective.
up on my Friday crew.
4 diamonds on turn.
Yeah.
5,300 in the
I
middle.
got a couple free packs every now and then, you know.
I think Kim must also know that OFC will 3-bet with some holdings that some tighter players would not 3-bet with. And so this could get a little interesting. He bets out 3.1K. So he goes for a pretty large sizing because it was like 5.3, 3.1 into 5.3.
She also knows
this
that
turn.
he's going to defend his like ace kings that whiffed on flop
Right.
after 3-betting pre, and so she's crushing those hands.
Gonna die?
She's
She's
like
all-
middling pairs that he might
Yeah.
3-bet like 9s and 10s.
But she's not immediately acting. She's pretty deliberate.
Yeah, with only one overcard, you know, like the 8, 9s, and 10s that we're gonna mix 3-betting and calling here also may bet twice. With only one overcard. Then again, like the ace king, ace queen type hand, just putting some pressure.
Nice fold.
Wow.
God
Good job,
dang,
Tim.
bro.
Good job. Wow.
Took OFC's bet at face value and just got out of the way.
Yeah.
What a boss.
Put it together. Nicely done.
Well played by OFC.
Yeah.
You know.
Well played by Kim as well. Like,
Man,
I
nice
mean,
fold. Man.
Yeah.
So you're married? Engaged. Engaged? Yeah, married. You wouldn't let you buy a vet. So
Pretty fun spots tonight on stream. Like, you know, a couple big pots, but most of the spots here are
Keep
just
betting all night.
interesting.
One's got to go through.
Kind of nuanced spots where we're seeing different styles and how they approach
Okay, you're in the trust
betting
group. You
for
don't have to-
value, making big folds.
Sure you are.
And it's helpful to get the insight from the one and only Poker Mama tonight.
OFC's got the 3-5 suited on his hand.
Yeah, I
Is
guess
that what it
that's
is?
his
Is that his
something,
favorite
I
hand?
guess.
Hey, I don't know.
Everybody loves to
No
build a
judgment
personal
here.
brand.
when you're over there, get a lot of money back. Go play some poker and like invade them, and then let them know how it feels. Let them know how it feels. You know. Texas poker to them.
Jack-9 suited for JD.
Go to Germany and tell him you know moneymaker.
Yeah.
Ryan here, we haven't heard from him in a little while, although he's been crushing the game. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, I think for those that are paying attention at the table, they understand he's playing mostly premiums tonight so far, and so they're probably respecting his opens and actions a little more than some of the other players at the table. Interesting flop for OFC. Combo draw city, open-ended straight draw and flush draw.
Send in some spies.
Perfect.
And it comes in for him. Unfortunately for him in this spot, nobody just
Yeah,
has,
no one has
anything.
Open-ended straight flush draw now.
So as soon as he tries to get some value out of his hand, he's going to get the unfortunate news that no one has anything to call him with.
Oh. You seem to have the hand in any other position, you know? When you have a $5 blind, it's a bad spot. You have the hand right now, you can play it.
I watched the YouTube video.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think the top prize is going to be for this
See, I had
tournament?
kings.
I had
I can do some calculations really quickly and tell you. Or
Yeah, do some math. For me.
Okay.
Would you mind doing some
Okay.
math?
Mm-hmm.
I just have no clue anymore. Like I haven't played any of these two-day tournaments in a while.
I had no diamonds. The other two. Yes, I had that one other one. So.
2 of the other 3.
We're getting
Yeah,
close
I
to
got
100
the
likes,
black one
folks.
and,
If you're out there and
I had two black
haven't hit that like button and you're enjoying the stream, go
It might
ahead
have
and
been red though.
put your like where your mouth
Is
is.
it 2 black
Hit that
or
like
a
button
black
for
and a
us.
red?
Thanks to everybody that's already done that.
You did not.
For
I bet
joining
you- I bet
Poker
you
Mama
did
and
not.
I, Ben K,
You can book it.
with
Look
you.
at
We'll be
those
here
two.
for another hour and a half, live on a 15-minute delay.
Oh, thank you. It's from Sixth Creek.
Open-ended straight draw from Mustafa.
What's that?
A couple pairs out
I
there for
haven't
JD
done it.
and
I've
Kim.
heard good things though. I've been trying everything though, so I think there's something underlying wrong with me.
Oh, thank you though.
Deuce on the turn.
Yeah.
Jackson deuces with a king for Kim.
I know. I used to like do some extreme skiing stuff.
Say
I'm
about
wondering if I heard
50,000 for
something
first
back in
plus
the day.
bounties.
My
Nice.
family kind of has back issues too.
It could end up being a lot higher. That's if we get around the
The guarantee.
guarantee.
Not bad for 2 days work,
But
I'd say.
it could end up being closer to like 75, 80
Yeah,
K up
exactly.
top
I
or
do
something
stupid
like
shit
that.
all
But
the time.
the bounties are going to be huge. Lots of bounties in
Yeah.
play.
It's mostly my own fault.
That's sick. 20,000, the highest bounty you can win on Sunday. Man, that would feel so good, just pulling that 20K bounty.
Do you know how much they pay out for first? Like
5
what
is better
percentage they
ribcage.
usually pay out for first here?
I did at one point, but I don't know now. I can ask.
I wonder if they have the payout structure anywhere. It's got to
They
be
usually
the same.
follow pretty standard
yeah.
tournament structure, but I just can't.
I've had
I don't want
injuries
to
my
say
whole life
because I
though,
don't
but
want to.
nothing like this. There's something
Jack.
wrong with me. Just waiting for
Alright,
my
kicker. Nice.
Yeah, it could be closer. It would just, if, and of course, it depends on what we end up getting, but be somewhere between like 50 to 75, 80K for first, but then just huge.
If it just hits the guarantee, the 500K.
Right, because if there's going to be around 300, 350K in the prize pool for just payouts, and then everything else will be in bounties.
Yeah.
Maybe if you win a little bit more, you'll kind of have a change of heart, though.
So the offer's still open?
Yeah.
I'm
Especially if
still
you
just
stack
paying
A lot of
$9.
money in bounties to be made, though.
Yeah, that's kind of uncapped in terms of like.
Yeah.
But if you really need the
Got
job,
$6,800.
Yeah.
So, which that's a lot. That's a lot of $800 bounties. Whenever each person bounty is only 200, so it's like. And then obviously no bounties were collected on day one, so it just makes for a juicy bounty pool.
Especially with green eggs in hand.
Ryan, ace 10 off. He's just going to call the raise from Sam.
Thoughts and prayers.
Kim going to call 125, 8-7 off.
I'm
So
thinking about it.
a four-way pot.
Give me another minute. I'll let you know.
Of course not.
All right.
My pleasure.
All right.
Ace right in the window. It's going to give Ryan the
Man,
best hands.
Ryan has been like, has gotten most of what he's wanted.
Yeah.
Which is great if you're Ryan. Not great if you're Sam, Kim, or OFC. He's going to check back. Four ways. Sam picks up a wheel draw with his pair of threes.
Yeah, I think on these type of boards, again, especially with ultimate position, draw heavy boards as well.
I can't watch.
Even just a very small, like 20%.
I get burned out really quickly, so like usually I'm like a 2 episodes
C bet
max
here,
of any
you're gonna
show.
just get rid of like
we'll pick a
so
show, we'll
many,
just, like, watch 1 or 2 episodes
deny
a day.
equity to so many hands on the turn. I mean, obviously
yeah.
flush draws are gonna call, some straight calls are gonna call you some pairs, but like a lot of hands, like even the threes, and that could just end up possibly hurting you on later streets are gonna fold, but you wanna get some value too, so it's kind of a mixed bag. I don't mind it. Mixing it up there a little bit with the check.
For sure.
Yeah. But I think I don't know if it includes having finished it.
Oh, you haven't finished it?
It's pretty good, and I don't like TV.
King Queen for Danny. He's gonna raise it up to 150.
Right.
Shit, I'm sorry.
And
Try again.
JD.
Try again. Counselor.
JD is gonna 3-bet to
Carlos
450.
with the jiggities.
Oh wow, this is gonna be a fun one. Okay.
Respect Danny. And JD combo.
Carlos just calls.
Oh, shit.
Jacks.
Sorry. Respect JD.
Oh, wait, heads up.
We do go heads up here. Classic race
Very
spot.
classic.
Yeah.
This is a 2003 special. Ace King versus 2
Did you
Jacks.
call because you wanted to or because you felt obligated
No, I
to?
thought it was you.
I did raise.
3-5. Good board
So
for
I
both.
did see a pair of 5s pre-flop on that board. It got
Oh,
folded
yeah, you're
quickly.
right. Ryan,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Good board for Carlos.
Yeah, JD's not scared yet with the nut no pair 2 overs on a 3-3-5 board. Jack, perfect for Carlos. Jack's full.
But he's like owning this board so hard.
Right. He's got to
Obviously,
tread lightly, I think.
and JD is our 3-better though pre. So obviously he still maintains having like the over pairs and that sort of thing as well.
I'm scared that Carlos might price JD out of this.
1.8K in the middle. Looks like he's gonna go smallish.
Okay, great.
He's gonna only
This
go
is great.
600.
Now, granted, JD just has nothing, but also a board that makes no sense. Yeah, nice pricing results-wise from Carlos. Getting a call from JD now. 3,000 in the middle. King, oh no. Oh no. JD
Yeah.
Rivers top.
JD made that call just looking exactly for something to hit an ace or a king on the river here. Thinking Carlos likely could have some hand like ace jack, some other paired hand, 8s through 10, something that would have called his 3-bet pre.
I'm rooting for Carlos to really price this expensive, knowing what we know, you know, like. Not enough. It'll get paid, I think, but maybe JD will raise. Who knows? I'm not rooting against JD. I just would love to see a win for Carlos, you know, sitting here with basically the nuts.
I see JD eyeing Carlos's stack. Do you see that little scam there? Let's see if he wants to, you know, get spicy on this river.
I mean, 10K effective going into the river. It's like not nothing for JD.
Yes.
Carlos with the reverse stare.
Eyeballing that stack.
And JD pays attention to everything, so he knows, like he's aware of Carlos's body language and interaction. And I think this goes just call. But maybe not.
No,
he looks like he's raising.
He thinks he has the best hand. He thinks Carlos has, you know.
Ace Jack or something like you said.
Yeah, an Ace Jack, Jack 10, Queen Jack. He could have pairs like, you know. Yeah.
Just call.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job, Carlos. The small little bet's got the induced the call there. So Carlos's sizing there was like to get called by something worse, right? Than even just a naked jack, like pair of jack, 2 pair of jacks and 3s, with that sizing there. But unfortunately, it induced JD to put in the raise, and
almost a perfect outcome for Carlos.
For Carlos, yeah.
He goes just call on river, or excuse me, just call after JD's raise, which you'd love to see him put it in after that. But I'm not sure JD's calling if Carlos rips it anyway, so like it might be a moot point. He got a lot more than he thought he was going to get from JD.
Yeah, JD value owned himself there, but I think that if you're not doing that occasionally, then you're really just not going for enough value often enough. And obviously, JD goes for value. We've seen him get max value in previous hands, so it's going to happen sometimes. Situations like that.
Yeah, it felt like a miracle card for his hand on the end. Like, oh, beautiful! Like I'm beating all the stuff that was crushing me, and he got the bad news. He was fortunate that it was a just call from Carlos after, because it could have gotten more expensive. But
closing the action with these guys.
Nice hand for Carlos there, and a nice play from JD. Like results-wise, it didn't work out, but I like what you said. It's like you are earning so much from people that have like Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 10 that are going to pay on the river.
Exactly. Yeah.
Carlos, you've been running bad lately. I'm happy that you're hitting them.
Talking about personally or professionally?
All the above.
3 diamonds, flush draw for Habip now. Wheel draw for OFC.
I think you really had him pinned to a jack there once we get to the river. Just unfortunate for JD, but Carlos loves it.
Yeah. He's happy to beat JD there.
Did you hear JD? Oh, you're a nice guy. You know, I thought I'd give you a little extra money.
JD,
tip you a little.
He doesn't mean it. I don't think he means it.
Ace queen. I floated the turn and then got there, and I was like,
nice bet.
Everybody's talking like me now.
Sucked out.
Just lying about their hands.
A lot of players in the chat saying that they would have shipped it. They were Carlos in that spot. Easy to do when you see the hands. But I hear you. He is like very top of range there. And with the action, with a 3-bet pot pre, I think that there's a lot less 3s in JD's range. Some ace 3 suited, possibly. But other than that, you know, I don't think pocket 3s is 3-betting very often. So very few 3s to worry about. And pocket kings seems very unlikely. So I understand why, you know, ship is definitely a good option, or at least thinking about shipping a little bit longer. It's not bad, but he takes down a good sizable pot against a very competent player. Love to see it. A lot of overcards and a lot of under pairs. Carlos is going to take down another one there.
Do you do any programming, or is it just
yeah, I do.
If you guys are just tuning in, I am Casey Mills, aka Poker Mama, commentating tonight. You may be seeing a little bit more of me. I'm going to be commentating more often out here. Happy to see you guys all joining us in the chat. Would love it if you would smash that like and subscribe button. We do stream 5 nights a week out of Dallas and Austin, all different stakes. Really big games on Tuesdays, and here lately, Wednesdays has grown into a big game as well. Also, some poker final tables. Got our 500K guaranteed mystery bounty going on right now. Still several day one flights to be had. Come down and join us for that Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. It's an $800 buy-in with 200 of that going into the bounty prize pool. Mystery bounties with top mystery bounty of 20K. Day 2 is going to be on Sunday. Phenomenal structure, 50K starting stack. So really just has everything you could want out of a tournament. Cruise packages up for grabs, WPT packages as well. And if you haven't already, just come down and check out one of our rooms. There's rooms in Austin, Dallas. Where are other rooms?
Houston and the Rio Grande Valley.
Houston and Rio Grande. Ace, King, 9, 2 hearts. Habib does have heart draw here. Nobody with the ace or king, despite going 5 ways. I'm sure everyone is, not loving this flop. But Habib makes the bet and is going to take it down. Well done.
Carlos, I didn't see your hand. Just be a little careful when you feel it. Like your second hand, I think is like too far forward. Like move it like, yeah, like this way. Like, thank you.
JD, classy guy. Let him know when you
I don't know if I can
see the
actually
cards.
just like see the cards come up and go down.
Yeah, very, very important. It happens a lot. Also, always try to tell a player if you can see their holdings. I feel like I see it happening so often. People aren't properly protecting their whole cards.
That's funny.
Definitely the right thing to do is to let your opponent know.
I played my hand great.
I think we got a big pot brewing here. We're nearing the final hour of the stream.
Never mind.
Stacks are much larger than when we started, and I just feel a big one brewing. I've got hope. That's what we live for on the stream. Max paying huge pots.
We did see one of that early in the night. 3-way all in.
There's been several cooler setups, and it's just a matter of time until we see 20K plus. Taking a look at the winnings once again. Ryan crushing 14,000. Carlos now up 9,000. Kim's still in the green like a boss. Mustafa at the bottom losing about 10,000. But the night is young. Plenty of time to rally.
He had half your stack and my full double up.
Almost perfect parity. 5 winners, or 5 losers, 4 winners. It's hopping out there in the main room, folks. Every table is full between the 21 remaining people in the tournament and all the cash games going. It's pretty full. Plenty of games for you to catch once you're done.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing just that. I played a little bit before the stream. Might stick around and have to take some hands afterwards. Always watching all of this big action always just makes me want to get in the game.
It's interesting when you sit down and play and you can only see your whole cards. It's a little different. You feel like a genius being able to see everybody else's cards. When you sit down with just your own. It's like, oh, this feels a little different.
To me, I find it much more relaxing, like easier to just sit and play. I mean, obviously there's a lot to focus on, but commentating a whole different world.
Yeah, for sure. Completely different skill set and like things to consider as the jack peels off for Habib.
Got Mustafa with the second nut flush draw here on the turn.
Right.
He is going to bet it. Yeah, he was like, let's build a pot. If I'm going to make a flush, I want a little money in this pot.
I was about to say, like, this is the first speculative call from Ryan tonight, but he ends up making the fold correctly. OFC would love to hit a 6 of diamonds. 4 of diamonds. Checks all the way through. Jack 10 going to be good. Habib, $800 pot.
Oh, yes, it was Habib who made that bet there on the turn with his jacks.
Almost to 100 likes. We've surpassed 8:30, which is unfortunate, but we still got time. We'll get to a cool hundo by 9 p.m. Be sure to hit that like button for us.
My wife is watching it. I told her I was at the strip club.
This guy freaking
Who's that?
Carlos.
Who's that who said that?
Carlos.
Oh. She'd probably rather you be at the strip club.
Just so you guys know, OFC bullied me.
I mean, how much damage can we do at the strip club?
No.
He bullied me. He can bluff me.
Into the
but bullying
100
me.
straddle is what she said.
I think we should just do this for the rest of the
Carlos
night.
is hilarious. Shout out to Carlos's wife if you're out there in the chat. Hit the like button if you
Every time I was
still like your husband playing cards instead of being at the gentleman's establishment.
And, yes, and obviously I'm just kidding. Carlos doing very well for himself. Plays very, very well.
I'll contribute 200, but I'm also just going to win the 200.
Oh, that's fine.
So you got 200? JD got 200?
Yeah, we got a GoFundMe going.
Okay.
Or go.
You put in a bounty on OFC over there.
I'm just serious.
Ace King for OFC.
A lot of ace king tonight. I mean, we've seen aces like twice, but ace king 10 times at least, it feels like.
Sam from the hijack had raised it up to 375. What was the straddle? That's a pretty big open there, unless we had like, it looks like maybe we did have 100. It looks like the 100 was on, yeah. See Kim there with the $100 straddle. That's why it was so big of an open. And OFC decides to just call out of position.
So Sam drawing to a single 3. OFC in the lead, technically. Oh, 2 overs and the nut flush draw. This is like almost a nutted hand, and it's just a draw.
Does it count removed cards? Is that why? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on paper it would have just been a flip, but it counts the cards that are dead already.
Gotcha.
As he drills his flush on the turn, jack of diamonds. Sam with his own diamond, inferior. A 3 would save him. 10. Ace high flush. OFC. 2,000 in the middle. What will the price be? It looks like a lot. Instant.
Thank you.
What a bully. He makes me raise pre-flop, then he wins the pot. It's just ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
She said she was talked into that $100 straddle there, and then he just takes all the money.
He was looking for.
Big part of me thinks Kim can't be bullied to do anything.
You know, I agree with
her
that. She
sitting there
seems
with
like a very
22,000.
strong woman to me.
I'm just C5 point.
I witnessed a little Twitter sauciness debate from Kim yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, I
Not
believe
about the
yesterday or the
Robbie
other day. No, it was about like tipping dealers. She was kind of just letting another fairly well-known player know like what she thought about his lack of tipping whenever he was discussing, you know, not tipping much and why he thinks it's fine. And Kim, you know, wanted to let him know her thoughts on the matter. And I like that about Kim. She's going to let you know what she thinks.
As
I didn't know if I follow her, but I saw her responses come up about some of the Robbie stuff. And she, I mean, people were interacting with her tweets like a lot of the really well-known players and stuff.
Give me an escape card.
So she was team
I wonder if she went on. I know several
she was
players.
On Joey's
was
podcast,
she on Joey's? Yeah.
So I think he was taking call-ins or something.
Deuce Queen 8, 2 clubs. Nobody with the queen here. The pocket sixes are still best for JD currently.
JD could find a bet, although Sam is going to do it himself. He'll be so sick of cash played.
Do it.
What is that, 20K? 20K?
10. With the 5K bands. You're the
5K bands? Okay.
Kitten with bottom pair has thoughts about where she wants this pot to go.
She's got like zeroed in perfectly. Sam picks up some outs. Pair of deuces still in the lead for Kim though.
This might get it done here now. The jack, a lot more combinations that are beating her now, but she has not folded. She is.
Did you play any of the tournaments?
Really thinking about this.
The $800 bind, the bounty?
My plan was to play it up blind, but I'm not sure I'm going to do it anymore. I'm going to see how I feel. I might max late reg like Ken did.
She just doesn't seem like a believer to me. It just seems like
She's thinking it through, which usually acts pretty quick.
I'm going to bag on Friday for day 2.
Well, I want to play Chalk Dog next week, so we'll see.
Just make a fold, disciplined fold there. She was suspicious, though.
She was,
she was very
was
suspicious.
Like
yes, exactly.
Such a connected board. It's like this guy, he can have any kind of weird.
Sometimes even when your instinct is telling you you're suspicious, you know, like you're not really supposed. I mean, on this board, like even maybe some of his bluffs are beating you, you know. So.
Something like that.
Well, I think I'd say that.
I love the confidence of OSC. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to bag on Friday for day 2.
Okay, now,
he just knows it. So
Danny's range is going to open up.
He calls it high society.
and I have a feeling when OFC bags, he bags big. I don't
Yeah,
I don't see OFC bagging like a tiny
I
little
don't think
10
he's there
big
going to
blind
grind a small
stack.
stack one way or the other. Which, you know, you respect it.
I do, very much.
I don't
OFC
like grinding a small stack either.
Yeah. Play some great poker. I've seen some really great instincts from OFC. Saw a huge call down. Well, he called with ace high and was right last stream. And I was told that is not out of the norm. So.
Yeah. Definitely an instinctual kind of exploitative type player. Now he's got 2 jacks.
He's like a very smart guy.
Makes you feel better, right?
Sam, King 9 suited. I'd be tempted to defend, even though this is a pretty big raise.
Yes, do that. You need some red chips?
I saw her get a whole rack of red
I
earlier.
can sell you 500.
Niraj asking, did your super chat go through? I didn't see it come through, buddy.
Who is that?
Niraj Bhatia, our local VC friend.
9 jack of spades.
If it didn't go, I will definitely let you know, Niraj, if it goes through. Yeah, take care of your dealers for sure.
Did you see by chance when you're out there how many runners we ended up having today?
106 comes to mind.
I know we were over 100 earlier.
Left.
Yeah.
I think there's 21 left. I think it's at 106. How many were when you were in?
Like 100.
Yeah. Okay.
Earlier. Yeah.
That sounds right.
So late?
Yeah, but your time's like
Husky
useful
says,
at
who's
home, you know,
behind the scenes today?
time's like worth
I
it
am
for
Casey Mills, a.k.a. Poker Mama. And
I'm Ben Kirby.
No,
Mr. Kirby.
Mr. Kirby, one of the regular commentators here at TCH Live, the once a week phenomenon.
So it goes super slow.
Great voice on Mr. Kirby. He's got a very good
back at you.
broadcasting voice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Holy moly.
Niraj, wow, $500 super chat with some love. Appreciate it, buddy. That one went through, my man. Thank you so much.
Your EV will go up.
Amazing.
Very generous.
Thank you.
Thank you
so,
very much.
So much.
That is very classy.
Incredible.
From a classy dude.
The fewer bullets you fire, the better with Asia.
Is Niraj live in the area?
He bounces between Dallas and LA. I think he's a venture capital guy. He's got his hands in a lot of different
what if your time's like completely useless?
pots. A lot of different investments.
Niraj, are you in Dallas currently? Gonna see you for this 500K guarantee, or get to see you on stream sometime in the near future?
Jack on the turn. Spades come in as well. Yeah, he's played on a couple of the Tuesday and Wednesday streams. I don't know if he's going to play the tournament. Let us know, man.
But you're saving 5-6 hours.
Okay, I got you.
It's not a big deal.
If you're, you know.
If your time is valuable, it's worth it.
Then yeah. Okay, I get it. But if you're free, come in.
He says his sound is off, so just mental me some good vibes. All right, bro. Sending you some good vibes.
So
Thanks
many
so
good
much.
vibes.
You still have 20 big ones.
Those guys even play worse than we do. So.
Okay, so 20 big blinds to me, short stack.
It is, but it's not like it's not super short stack.
I feel like it's a little different.
10 big blinds is short.
10 is short, yeah.
So last time I had 20 big blinds in that Saturday tournament, and I had ace-3 of hearts, and I went all in because I was like, I don't know.
So what about your own content? So, you know, Poker Mama's the handle. Do you do much poker content? Admittedly, I didn't follow you until tonight.
Oh yeah,
But will after this, like, what? Do you have any goals there or any pursuits?
You know, I have talked about this a few times. I am not great with editing or any kind of like the behind the scenes type stuff.
Sure.
But my son is, and he watched one of my first commentating streams. He's like, "Mom, I will do all your editing for you. I will."
That's
he's
so cool.
even on his own.
He's what, 9?
Yeah, he's created, and he's really good with that stuff. He's created like little intros and outros for me that like say like Poker Mama, and they're like, you know, coming in really hot. He does all kinds of cool little stuff with his video editing, and he says how much he would love to do that for me.
That is so impressive that he's got the chops for that. That's really cool.
That's one of the things he loves to do, just sit there and work on editing and video production, but not too much. I mean, I'm on stories fairly frequently, but mostly, you know, just grinding, do some broadcasting, and focusing on the game, studying the game, and doing my mom thing.
Yeah, which is plenty.
Yeah, exactly.
The people that are in the content game, I mean, it is full time. Like, it is not a passive income stream. Maybe like once you get a certain follower count on YouTube and stuff, but the work. I mean, because we've had Andrew, Mimi in here, and Brad, and they've talked about like 50 hours.
It's a labor of love
to get a video out. Like,
registration's still open. You can
it's not for everybody by any means. It seems fun. Like, it seems fun to like build a community, interact with people that like
seems fun,
right? But like all the work that goes into it.
Exactly. Yeah. What I would be afraid would happen was I would put, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist, I will say as well, I would put so much work into my first vlog, and then you would never see another vlog from me again. No, I just mean like I would go all out to make it the very, very best, and then like I would never sit down and do another one.
Never
just like I put so much work into that and ghost town for the rest of my life.
I mean, that's like half the battle with content is being consistent, and it's just like unless you build systems.
Agreed.
Starting out is so hard to be consistent because I'm sure plenty of people have started vlogs or started podcasts or whatever, and if you're not like getting to a certain like 50 episodes or 50 vlogs or something, it's so easy to just like fizzle out. And now we've used all that time, and it's wow. Look, Carlos flopping the joint, ace high flush.
Anybody? We've got Sam, who's got top pair.
As does Kim.
Yeah. Kim with the better one. Monotone board here though, and Carlos does have it. When you go, what is it, 7 way? Like you're like, somebody probably has 2 hearts, right?
Carlos completely still and stoic is.
Kim makes a tiny little feeler bet here, just like clear the field a little bit.
Now we're 3
what's
ways.
Embarrassing about tournaments that I did not like is you have to show your hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I could have just folded thinking like they would have thought, oh, poor guy, he had ace queen, you know. But I had to show my hand. That was more embarrassing.
Kim smartly checking back on the 8 of spades turn. Kings and jacks now for Kim. Uh-oh. Thankfully for her, the pot is just not very large, and so
like you're gonna see it like in like
she might lose one bet.
Yeah, but at least they're laughing alone. There, the whole table was, you know, involved in my all-in call.
$500 bet from Carlos. Top 2 for Kim. Yeah, just a call. Sam with just top pair, smartly folds. Carlos,
See, just like that.
almost
That's what I
ashamed
wanted.
of how good he ran with that hand, flopping the ace-high flush. Now, on the same
I don't
vein
know.
with the content
Had a
thing,
good
like
hand.
you have a pretty good following
He had a better
on
hand.
Twitter, and there's demand for, like, poker players love new poker content. If you wanted to, I think you could do it. Like,
Well, I appreciate that. I've had quite a few of my friends, like Jamin, who's a vlogger, and Andrew, who's a good friend of mine too. You know, like talk to me about it, like do it. I even actually at one point bought the same computer Andrew has because he recommended it, and I was going to consider it. I just and do my own little spin on it because I have some like interests that are like maybe different than other people, because I feel like in the vlogging space you have to bring a unique voice,
if you want to stand out.
If you want to stand
and
out.
not be just a repeat of Andrew and Brad.
Right.
Future, my number is 9.
But here we are several years later, and I haven't done anything like that yet.
Right.
What about you? Do you have any interest in that?
I've thought about doing it with the mixed games just because there's very few like vlogs around mixed games, and I love those games way more than No Limit and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's an opportunity there, but in the same way, like I don't get to play that often, and if I did, you're having to focus so much on taking notes and making sure you're like getting everything right. And I don't get to play often enough to justify even trying.
You want to enjoy playing
right.
when you do, yeah.
Yeah, if I get to play once a month or something, I don't want to be worried about getting all the notes right. And yeah, I agree. Like the time it takes to edit something. I mean, it takes effort to video it, take notes, upload it. It takes time just to upload it, then it takes time to edit it, and then it takes time to learn how to do the graphic overlays. And all that
Oh
kind
my
of stuff.
gosh! See,
And
that's what I would just hire somebody
Yeah.
to do that part of it. Like I would try to do obviously I'm going to do the in front of the camera stuff and put my unique spin on it, but then I would just want to send it to somebody and just be like, make it cool.
Right. But now there's a financial investment for something that's like
Yeah, exactly.
not making you money.
Right.
So it's kind of like it's a bet in itself.
Right.
So it makes more sense if you have the time and capacity to invest either the time or the money. If you have neither, then it's easy to just be like, nah, let somebody else do
I called
that.
top 2 pair.
But yeah, like I really enjoy talking about poker. I enjoy like
me too.
Trying to find a way to entertain people, and I actually enjoy playing mixed games. No Limit is like, I've been playing for probably around the same time as you have, and grew up playing No Limit, all that kind of stuff. But I've
all right, there you go. Your
much
dream
stronger
hand.
love for the mixed games.
You got me finally.
We've
so
got
maybe one day.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Oh, look at this here. We've got Ace Queen versus the Robbie. The Robbie flops.
Suited Robbie.
Flops the flush draw, where Carlos has top pair, top kicker. This could get a little spicy.
Yeah. Oh man, if it comes like Ace of Clubs, this could set the whole game off. Please, Ace of Clubs.
What about Queen of Clubs? Oh, he's got the Queen of Clubs. No, yeah. Your Ace of Clubs, yes.
That was a lot more dramatic.
But also the people that win in content most often are the ones that just choose to do it too. Like,
Right, because that's the most important thing. That's what Jamin always said. He was like, don't worry about making he's like, my first vlog was horrible. He was like, it was awful. you just have to have the balls to upload it, you know, to not be so in your head.
The good thing about this space is like people will watch your entire vlog and are always looking for new poker content to consume. And so if you do make something even remotely compelling, people will watch it. And unlike if you were going to like do tech reviews or something that's super saturated, like this space is pretty saturated. Queens and eights for Carlos.
Didn't used to be, but just here in the last few years, it really has.
There's still like viewership to be had, and so, you know, I think if you're
Carlos,
go ahead.
Carlos checks, which is amazing. What a check here. I think that now OFC is going to make a bluff at this pot, and Carlos is just going to snap it off and win a lot more than what he would have if he had not.
From OFC.
Yeah, both the flush draws brick out there, and you know the 8 of diamond. It's a little relevant. Like your opponent can have an 8, but it's not that likely. And I just feel like he does have the queen of clubs, but he does unblock some of his bluffs. And so in that spot there, when it's a double flush draw board and your opponent's likely to be like draw heavy, checking more often and allowing them a chance to blast at it, it's going to get you so much more value. So that's like value betting without value betting.
Yeah, I love it. Checking on the end there and getting paid. $11,000
nice
pot
job,
for Carlos. Yeah, slick check there. Playing against OFC's tendencies to bet when checked to 2. He really wanted to show the Jack 4, but in that situation he just mucked.
Free call.
That's for the humor.
Could he have been any slower is the real question.
9 calls. Snap call.
4 plays.
4 ways here. Opening it straight draw for OFC. Overcards for everybody else. Carlo, the chat pro, says, "Oorah, Ben Kirby." Yut, back to you, Carlo. As Danny bets 375, 2 overs, backdoor heart draw. Carlo, last time we talked about you getting some positive VA outcomes. I have just recently had a pretty positive VA outcome. In the last like 3 weeks.
You got me covered, I think.
You'd be proud.
I was going to make sure I had a chance to win a yellow chip, you know?
Kev Boz, fellow jarhead, yut.
Is that a yes? Yeah.
Depends
What's
on.
about 850? 850.
Check raise from OFC, open ender backdoor clubs to 850.
Depends on which set you have.
We'll find out.
Good call, I check.
I got a free card. Free card, let's go.
Queen of Diamonds is a nice free card for Danny after OFC checks blind. Six on the river, pair of 6s for OFC. Showdown value. His Apple Watch asking him to stand up. He's been sitting for too long. It's time to stand, OFC.
Free bet 1,500.
1,500 from Danny.
Special delivery for the local delivery.
Maybe.
Thank you, Daniel.
I like it. I like it. Carlos is good though.
You know, it means Carlos means strong and manly. That's why it should have been called Steve.
You know, Carlos means strong and manly, which is why I should have been called Steve. Classic.
Yeah, that's fair. No,
Me?
hell no.
Queen Jack.
Never checking that.
Backdoor heart / bluff hand turned into a value hand real quick.
7-6 for Sam, calling 50. Ryan, king, queen suited. Been pretty quiet the last hour. He's going to raise it. Mustafa, ace 10 off.
I didn't think I could like
He's going to call it raise.
I love wine drinking dancing. I'm bringing the bottle. I'm going to bring some. What do you want, Camus?
Whatever you got.
Argo? I'll bring Argo.
Back over to Sam, who just limped.
I've heard of.
So I got the numbers here for the tournament tonight.
Tell me.
We have 106 entrants, 17 remaining, and 13 are moving on. And when you move on, you're instantly in the money as well.
Oh, nice.
Going into day 2. I didn't see Derek. I'm not sure. I could have missed him though. So hopefully he's still in there crushing it.
If not, I'm sure he'll be back at it tomorrow. A man doesn't give up easily.
So there's one and done. You're just gonna check.
So you really got to basically. It's like a.
Yeah. I had an open-ender hit.
You got to almost make the final table of the day to make day 2.
Yeah, Monday, it was 11 of us made it. So yeah, you really did have to almost make the final table. But smaller fields too, and a big starting stack and a deep structure. So although it seems it's not as hard as it may seem like it is. If you play well, play solid.
How did you feel like you played? I mean, did you run well in good spots, or did?
I feel like I played pretty well. There's always a couple of hands that I wish I could take back and do a little bit differently, where I, thought that somebody wouldn't do something with the certain hand, and it turns out they would do that. But for the most part, I felt I played really solid and played really well. I tried to punish the button a little bit. At one point, I was up to like 510, 515, and ended up bagging 355. So gave a little bit back. Tried to punish the bubble a little bit, and that didn't go so well. They didn't really care that I had one of the bigger stacks at the time.
I call it.
But
yeah, in theory, like it always is like, oh yeah, if I have a big stack on the bubble, I'll just punish it. But when you're at the bubble, it's like, I would really like to make it to day 2 as well.
Right.
And it doesn't ever seem like it plays out how you're forecasting it to go.
Right.
Like, no, y'all are supposed to respect my raises because I'm punishing the bubble.
Right. We had some interesting bubble play. There wasn't any tanking at my table, despite them being by far the 3 or 4 shortest stacks. They were like, 150 and under, 150K and under. There was not even like a few second tanking. It was like instant folds, which I was surprised by when there were like 13, 14 left, and they didn't seem to be worried about making calls and stuff. So it's a little bit unorthodox on the bubble there, but that's the way some of these things go. And
you appreciate the speed of play. Sure.
Yeah.
What's happening?
RV Phil in the chat. Danny's sipping on the wine. Yeah, he's trying to pull a JRB, drinking the. I mean, it's been bottomless for him tonight so far.
So king here is going to be best on the river. Habib does not make his flush.
Memphis Bell.
Can't come up with an ace either.
Kings and 6s with a 10. I don't see Danny folding.
Yes, Habib is going to make a sizable, decently sized bet on the river, but it is not going to get it done.
$6,300.
Quick call from Danny.
Only because he's been drinking.
He slow rolls a little bit, like with pretending that he might have the flush there, showing the 10 of hearts. But
another nice one for Danny.
Yeah, Danny happily is going to scoop another pot.
We've reached the final hour of this 5-10 1/4 stream. It's Ben K and Poker Mama with you the last 3 hours. We're rooting for 20K plus pots tonight. We've reached 100 likes as well. A very nice, clean number.
Nice.
Thanks to everybody that's joined us for the last 3 hours. Hope you've enjoyed yourself and are having a good night. Chilling out, watching some, I don't know, mid-stakes poker, high-stakes poker, however you see it. Thank you for everybody chiming in the chat, making yourself known, and being fans of the stream and the card house. Appreciate everybody's support.
Three raises to 150.
I should think he looks like Prince Harry a little bit.
What's
Danny
it?
raises 150, KQ off. Habib defends, queen 3, of course.
He's been hitting on me since day one.
Danny's got a $23,000 stack, and it comes ace, ace, 5.
One check. 3 bets 100.
Danny could probably bet $5 here and get the job done.
Hey, as long as it's a prince, I'm good.
Habib doesn't like to fold, but he does choose to fold.
No, that's too many.
Not no pair is going to do it.
Sam, you're quiet. What's going on over there? To talk, to have dialogue, really?
I'm just trying not to get canceled over here. I don't know.
We're talking to Carlos. Cancellables on the table.
Carlos is a good middle seat to have to encourage conversation and friendly ribbing. Danny with ace queen. Standard open 150.
JD just folds the king jack off there.
I think
From
he
a
probably
Danny
respects
open.
Danny's undergun open range for now.
Definitely, yeah.
You wouldn't
Like
be the
it.
first to try.
King jack's one of those hands, especially when it's the offsuit variety. Get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I just stay value on myself with king jack.
But we do have something brewing here with the ace king of Habib versus the ace queen of Danny. This could get spicy.
Yeah, there's a little meta here as well after Danny just beat Habib, catching Habib in a bluff. So Danny's going to 4-bet to 2,000. He's happy to just get it in.
I call. Seat 20 is all in, and seat 3 has called. Hey, go
You
for
might
it.
get a
Break
little
my
rebate
head.
here.
No.
You can hold.
5,000 in the middle. Queen in the door right away.
Goodness, not Habib's night with this.
Give him a king. Give him a king.
Not running.
3 kings remaining.
Oh, we did see that king jack fold too.
Oh,
so
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but the queen just comes right through for Danny there.
Man, what are you going to do if you get it in, all in ace king versus ace queen and a queen is just in the door? It's like, I'm calling it a night.
Just
What's with the wardrobe change?
so miserable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so brutal. Like, you have 3 cards you can hit, and you just bink it. Man, Danny, what a luck box, you know? Over and over and over, just luck box Danny.
That one seat has not been kind to Habib. Last stream he was on, he was in the one seat as well, and same type of thing. Tried to play solid, but just kept getting owned by the deck.
It feels like, it feels so out of your control sometimes when you just get pounded by the deck. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Rebuy. That's what you're supposed to do. Looks like that's what he's decided to do.
She likes to feel powerful with those chips.
Deuces for Ryan. Looks like a click, maybe, or 150. 150.
Seat 1 call.
Habib's going to call ace-7 off. $3,200, sure. Queen 4. Under pair, still good.
Seat 1 check.
These are also the benefits of when you're running well. Like, oftentimes people will respect your C-bets in spots like these where if you're stuck, sometimes people will appeal.
Yeah.
Yeah, 150 for pretty flop.
German Moneymaker back in the chat saying, lifetime luck box Danny. You're
Habib
right.
not in a mood to fold here. He does make the call.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you.
no.
I think he was just paying his pre-flop.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah,
Okay,
waiting
got
on
it.
chips. German Moneymaker, when are you back in the States, man? We need some of your donkey money back on the table.
I know. So unfair. I run really good against Habip. Yeah.
German moneymaker saying the 500
too
super
good
chat
against
from
Give him a rebate.
Niraj the boss. That
Next
was
time.
That's right.
so amazing.
It's awesome.
That was pretty awesome. Niraj, really appreciate you.
Such a boss move.
Everyone's got that one guy they run good against, you know. It's Habip for me.
He was saying Ryan's the fake Mr. Beast. I mean, he's putting on a pretty Mr. Beast performance for himself, winning like 13, 15,000.
It's the pocket eights versus the king nine suited here. 2 clubs on board, queen 4 deuce.
Mustafa.
One overcard to JD's eights. Mustafa's just gonna jam.
An immediate jam for 2,800 or 3,000 total. JD would love to look him up there, but
Run it out.
is that an 8?
8 of spades. Oh, he would have bricked off.
No win.
He would have bricked
know
off.
On that one.
I still have nothing on Drunk Kyle, by the way.
I went on that one.
So you're gonna fold to him, but you're gonna raise on me?
Play that both ways. Play that both ways.
I really enjoyed the dynamics here between the players. Carlos saying, you're going to fold on him, but raise on me?
Take it so personal. It's like, how, there's no way I can make this personal, man. We're all trying to take each other's money.
Turn a set. Need 8 on the flop. Then try that. Try that again, buddy. I have a set.
Jack 10 for Ryan from under the gun.
That's a nice hand.
You would have known better if that was the case.
150.
I have a set, then you
Insta
get
call
there,
from
you know?
Mustafa.
That's true. That's also
Inferior
true.
spades.
All
Kim.
the spades are gone.
Supreme spades. Ace queen. The cutoff. For a 3-piece.
25.
Sam has to fold to ace 5 suited. That hurts. Love that hand.
Oh, this is Mustafa's? How'd it get there? Really?
Seems convenient. Ryan folds a Jack 10 suited. Mustafa folds a 7-5 suited. Wow.
You really got the wrong chip color? I thought you... Oh, yeah.
Do you ever go to Vegas to play?
I do. I spent almost the whole summer out there.
Did you really?
Yeah, I mean, I came home periodically to
See, I
be with
believe
my
you,
son.
Kim.
Sure, sure.
But
I believe you.
I was out there a lot this summer for the World Series.
I was able to go for the first time this year, too. I went and played the 1,500 limit hold'em.
Oh, nice.
Lasted 4 hours and made the walk of shame back to my Bally's room. But it was fun. It was, I mean,
How long were you there for in Vegas?
I was there, I think like 2 nights. 2 nights, well, like, I didn't book a return flight because I was expecting to just final table.
That's the way to do it. That is the right way to do it. You can't expect to
ship
lose.
a bracelet for my first event ever played. Man, I just had the worst table as my excuse. Like, I sat down and like an hour in, Brandon Shaq Harris and Anthony Zeno both sit down. I'm like, well,
I just hope Amy
this was
doesn't grow up
cool.
to see
I know
that
these
tape.
guys.
Brandon Check Harrison, who else?
Anthony Zeno.
Oh, yeah, Zeno.
Just like mixed game crushers. And I mean, it was fun. It was a cool experience. And I played cash, like made it back playing cash. Like Resorts World had a really good mixed game going. I mean, that's the best time to play mixed games because everybody's there at once. So it was really fun and would love to go back.
Did you say that was your first time in Vegas?
My first time playing the World Series.
Oh, first time playing the World Series.
Yeah. So I wanted to play since 2004, 2005.
Right.
And to finally get to play was awesome.
now you'll go back every year.
Yeah.
Like, you'll probably go back every year for a weekend. You know, pick a couple of games.
Vegas is one of those things where it's like you want to stay longer if things are going well, and you want to immediately bounce if things are just not going well.
Yeah.
Queens and nines for JD, of course, sucking out on OFC. There's so many good tournaments going on at the same time. Like there was like a triple draw tournament that I played at the Golden Nugget, and all these good cash games going on. It was really cool.
JD checks, but OFC has showdown value. Quickly checks back.
I probably could have gotten pricier.
Definitely could have gotten pricier there. JD was thinking OFC was going to would fire there. But no, OFC smartly checked back. Yeah.
Did you play a full schedule while you were there?
I didn't play just like World Series of Poker events. I played like a bunch of around. I played some Venetian. I played some Aria. Did I play any? I don't know if I played any Win events, but I did play quite an extensive schedule, but just not all World Series of Poker events.
That is a grind, a much different grind. Like the long. I was not. It was very optimistic for me to think I was going to go win a bracelet, having like played very few tournaments during the year, and you sit down and you're going to play 12 hours of poker a day, 12 plus hours of poker a day. It was like very optimistic.
Yeah.
But super fun, and you see some legends walking around.
That's one of the most fun parts.
It's pretty cool.
Is just all the poker players you've grown up watching and seeing them walk around and stuff. Definitely. I played the main event for the first time this year. It was my very first time playing the main.
How was that?
It was an incredible experience. I wasn't entirely comfortable.
Yeah.
So
I am playing for 10K right now.
Yeah, and whenever I take on like backers and investors, I just put so much pressure on myself. I was talking to Patrick Leonard about this because during that time when he was there, and he was just like, that's the worst thing you can do. Like, literally cannot play, like, thinking about your investors.
Like not wanting to disappoint you, yeah.
Yeah, because it really can take you out of your game. Because my worst fear was, like, busting day one, which caused me to play more conservative than... In the main event, you really have to be willing to take risks and play, your A game. And that doesn't mean playing nitty. Like it's actually
feels
not
so counterintuitive, or like it's not natural when it's like, oh, I have multiple people really wanting me to ship this thing, and you don't want to just like light your friends or investors' money on fire.
Right, and especially like, exactly that. And so, I mean, next year, I feel like I'll be much more comfortable and well prepared to just go in there and just own it. But I definitely felt the nerves in that tournament more than I have felt the nerves in any other tournament by like 10x. So I did make day 2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, with like right around the starting stack. But
and you slept great that night, right?
Yeah, no, and I made it pretty deep into day 2, but just really could never get anything going, and then just lost some, key spots that I needed to win.
Yeah.
But looking forward to next year, going in and really like owning it.
Yeah, that'll be fun. It's great to have built like relationships enough to where you can like put yourself in a position to play a tournament like that.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I did the same. Like I raised, I just for fun. Like I told my backers, like, look, I don't think I am a net positive investment for you, but if you want a sweat, I'm going to play, and I'm selling X amount, and
that's a great way to do it. Actually, like really take the pressure off yourself because hey, you've been warned. I might blast.
Right.
So
I was hedging a ton because it's like. If you ask me what my results have looked like up to this point, it's like I have 0 results, guys. But if you want, like, if you're not able to make it to Vegas and you want to sweat, I'm going to play this random limit hold'em event. And so, yeah, I was fortunate enough to have people that were willing to do that, and everybody understood. It's like, that's tournament. It's like, thankfully, everybody that invested understood like the tournament game and how it's like you're not going to cash in like 80%, 90% of the tournaments.
conundrum. I want to see what's
Poker,
but I don't
Poker
want
Abe
JD to
says,
win
this is
anymore.
why I only back true sociopaths with no regard for other people's money. And there's merit to that, I think. Like you kind of want somebody that's not afraid to just light 10,000 on fire at any given moment.
Yeah, agreed. And I do think, you know, having that experience, that one experience taught me so much.
Yeah, getting
And
all that out of the way, all the jitters out of the way.
Right. Well, it sucks at the cost of a $10,000 buy. But, I mean, not to say that it would have gone any differently. I had some insane players at my table and didn't really have a lot of hands and tried the best that I could, but I could just feel the nerves.
Yeah.
But I've been playing a lot of tournament poker. I've been having, you know, a lot more success and building that resume to where next year I feel like I can confidently go in and say, I'm a good buy, I'm going to play my game, I'm going to own it, and the results are going to be what they're going to be.
Right.
You know, people who take that risk of backing your opinions, they know that they're taking a risk that you could just bust day one. And I think I want to, at the end of the day, to say, like, I owned it. I owned that moment, rather than at the end of the day saying, I was scared so bad I almost wet myself. And, you know.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. Yeah, but it's, but also, I think you'll always have backers because there's enough people out there that are chasing that moment where they could say, oh yeah, I had 10% of the person that won the main, and now they owe me 800,000 or whatever.
Right, exactly. There's tons of people that just are looking. This is what somebody told me. One of the people that took a large piece of me, like, there's just like so many people who want pieces. They want pieces of people in the main. That there's just like a lot of people who really are like looking for sweats.
Which is hard to fathom for people that are outside of poker.
Right.
It's like, wait, somebody wanted to pay you $3,000 or something in the hopes that you're going to win some poker tournament? Yes, yes.
So I think I will probably
on a handshake
find a way to play the main every year now, because I just feel like it's just the greatest tournament ever.
For
Pocket
sure.
aces for Danny.
Pocket aces, yeah. Finally, after an hour or so. And it's just the biggest come up too. Like if you can final table, like it's life changing money for a lot of people. I mean, it's not life changing money
tables,
for me.
Like,
yeah, final
really,
2 tables.
It's, just, it's an incredible tournament.
That would get me even for like the last 10 years, I think, if I final table.
And the structure is incredible, and there's a lot of people with too much money. There's so many people playing it.
What is it? 2-hour levels or something wild?
2-hour level.
Yeah, I mean that's almost too much for me. It's like it's a little too much poker, I think. DQ asked who was commentating earlier. It's Ben K and Poker Mama.
What's up?
What's up, DQ? Max Payne. You'd appreciate some of the Max Payne that's happened earlier tonight, running at once for stacks.
5-5-3 board.
And
Ace is still best by a lot
Carlos
here.
could get into trouble.
Definitely.
Because Danny is going to price this in a way that is going to get him paid by hands exactly like Carlos.
But Habib came out betting 1.5K with the Queen 10 of hearts here.
Right. Yeah, I'm totally missing
and Danny decided to just, like, no point in doing anything crazy, just makes the call. And Carlos, with his overpair to the board, coming along as well. Let's go to a turn.
Uh-oh.
7 of spades. It does not improve Habib.
So this might save Carlos.
Wow.
$2,300 rip. Danny.
Wow. This is crazy. Yeah, you know, he only has 2.3K, so I think that's the thing that's going to get him called by Danny here, right? But Danny, still, he can't love it. He's going to kind of hate this spot because we did go, what, 4 or 5 ways to a flop, so.
23-35.
Yeah, if he calls and then gets ripped on by Carlos, it's going to be a tough situation for him.
Yeah,
but
he's calling.
And some people in poker, I think, would call Habib's play here a punt. But, you know, it's open to debate.
If he was deeper stacked and he could apply more pressure on, and Carlos is going to come around on turn and river, you know, the 5-5-3 board, I mean, he's repping, you know, a full house or trips. And when we go 4 or 5 way to the board, I mean, he can rep that. Unfortunately, like, he just doesn't have enough to build a believable story to the end here. You know, the aces just aren't getting away on the 3-5-5-7. rainbow.
Oh, wait, no. Okay.
Deuce on the end. Ace is still ahead. $12,000 pot.
Yeah, especially when Danny's beating all the overpairs that Habib could have. Tens, queens, kings, all of those sorts of hands that are going to make the same play too. So looky there. Danny's going to win a huge pot.
It's the Danny Show, the last hour of the stream. And Kev Boz with some encouraging feedback. Poker Mama, you're doing a great job tonight.
Thank you.
Dealer from
Who
the
is
first
that?
2 hours of the stream.
Aw,
Dealer
thank
Kevin.
you so much, Kevin. I appreciate that very much. Now, I'm curious if this cumulative winnings has that pot that Danny just played, if it currently had that in there or not.
I'm not sure. I think it's usually pretty quick about calculating it, but I missed it.
Nobody gets stuff.
Sorry.
He's supposed to get his
How's his work?
Not the best time to make a big bluff there
Yeah.
when your opponent has the aces.
Tough
but
night for Habib.
Yeah, definitely. Tough night.
DQ, I'm alongside Poker Mama, a.k.a. Casey Lynn Mills, right?
What's up, DQ? That's me, Casey
yeah,
Lynn
I just want
Mills.
to make sure. I keep wanting to say something else, but that's your name, Casey
That's
Lynn
my name.
Mills. Just trying to
Mr. Kirby.
Poker Mama's easier to say.
Oh,
you know?
greetings from Florence, Italy. You know, DQ, I spent some time in Florence for actually another show that I did, a little travel show. So I loved it. Florence was amazing. So enjoy Florence. Is DQ from Florence?
I think he's from San Antonio.
I was going to say he's got a cowboy hat in his avatar.
He's pretty popular. He's a pretty popular face down in Central Texas in the poker scene.
Fantastic. What are you doing in Florence?
It's kind of a flex commenting from Florence for 33 a.m.
It is definitely a flex. Florence was my favorite city in Italy.
Oh, yeah, I would have been
DQ was on our TCH Live podcast at one point. We haven't done one of those in a while, but he loves Max Payne. He loves running it once. 10's full for both Sam and Ryan.
Oh
I'm just
my
like
God,
coming to with this hand. And Ryan in a very tough spot now. This
There's
could
just
really
no way
change his
he's
night.
getting away. This is going to be huge. So Sam has 7K, so he can only hit Ryan for 7K here, but that's no small amount. It's still going to be
this is
huge.
such a beautiful
Like
spot for Sam. 94%
16K
equity.
pot at some point.
Ryan technically drawing to 2 outs.
Just calls.
That's a raise to 2,000.
It is a raise.
The lighting on this is hard to tell some of these chips.
Yes.
And Ryan just calls. Because Ryan's also got to be thinking, what is check raising
you guys
me?
are going to pay for my surgery. I like it.
I was going to pay for MRI 2 hands ago.
Yeah, speaking of Max Payne, this is about as maximum. Same bet, instant call, and great just call from Ryan on the end.
Yeah, he does not raise
who
the
basically
river.
lost the minimum.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow. Could have lost it all.
Ryan
Didn't.
had a spooky feeling once getting check raised on 10 queen ace 10, and so very savvy for him to just call.
Yeah, definitely.
River.
And you know, he's played great all night and had those great spots that he's able to take that brutal beat and still have a sizable profit on the night. And that's kind of the name of the game. Play well enough, long enough to, you know, be able to withstand beats like that and still come out ahead. And because you know, they're going to happen occasionally. Now that one was pretty nasty.
Yeah.
But
And this
well
is
done.
why he's Mr. Beast in his own right. Just taking that one on the chin and on to the next. It sucks to lose a pot like that. I don't care who you are. But it's all about how you respond and how you bounce back. You know, Kim did a really good job of doing that herself earlier on in the night. And Ryan's right back at it, 2 9s in the cutoff.
The real question
Plenty
is
of
if I put you
stack
in tough spot
remaining.
in the river, then what do you do?
No, I'm
Raising
not
it to
going
300.
Yeah, so.
Now with 2 going.
TQ says he is there for a couple of weeks
Man, that's so
out
sick.
in Florence. 9s versus Ace Jack. What else we got here? Oh, we got a 3-bet coming in from OFC out of the small blind. Yep, with the Ace Jack. Oh, and
Uh-oh.
Kim Kim with the ace king out of the big blind.
Here we go. I knew this was going to happen. Everything reaching ahead. Final
You
20
did
minutes of the
call it.
stream. A lot of cooler situations. Let's keep it going. Kim with ace king and 20,000 in her stack. And has been battling all night. Playing just about perfect.
She's going to put in the 4-bet. 3,500.
Sizable. Ryan quickly folds and this gets through. Free money.
Nice job, Kim. Nicely done. Hayden says, let's go.
Let's go.
Also, Kim Jamin messaged me tonight and said, if you see Kim, please tell her I said hello.
Oh, nice.
That he's rooting for you. And that he still remembers you from, he said you guys go back 20 years. I said, I told her that last time I was here.
Hey,
Tell her again.
She's been in poker a long time, yeah.
From St. Louis. He said he knows her from St. Louis. I'm not sure what her
Wow.
roots or ties are to St. Louis, but there it is.
Seat 9 raises to 125.
125 ace-8 on the button for OFC.
Wait, it's online poker? Come on. Four calls.
Data is talking like he's still in the tournament, saying hand for hand now. Derek, they call him Data.
Yeah, I mean, I figured he probably was. I just didn't see him, so it made me a little bit nervous. But I
Yeah.
was just quickly scanning as I walked.
GLs.
Nice. How's the stack, Derek?
GLs to Derek for sure.
How you doing, Derek? Give us the update. I'm sweating it.
Let us know, bro.
No, I haven't seen that one.
So it sounds like your friend Medi's dropping into C1.
What?
I heard you won a big pot over
We
there.
heard you say. We heard you over here say something like that.
4 high flush. You can't get dealt that. You can't get a hand. Yeah, one more hand. One more.
My hand, I had a 6 high hand on the flop. 6 high hand. But I had backdoor straight and
Medi, another very pleasant character.
Yeah,
in
he's
this
so
lineup.
nice. We went, several of us went to a hookah lounge that's owned by another one of the players. And Medi was there that night. Super nice. Everyone was great. Great vibes. We had like a DJ and music and everyone. We were just like all just having such a great time. Mallory was there and a lot of some of the dealers and ship runners and hostesses. It was really nice.
Very cool.
He was really, really
Hookah's
sweet.
fun.
Allie, what are we going to do with that 20K?
Ace King for JD now. He's going to 3-bet it up to 675.
See, initially it opened in the cutoff, King 10 off. Carlos now at ace 9 suited.
Going to make the call.
He's not worried. Carlos is not worried about calling a 3-bet in between. Like, he's going to play his hand. And, you know, he flopped the ace high flush earlier with a suited ace of hearts. He's going to try again.
Yeah.
3 players.
I won't count the $1.
Those are tip dollars.
10-6 deuce 2 diamonds. Top pair for OFC. JD, nut diamond, nut backdoor diamond.
10.55. Oh, 10,050.
10,055 for seat 1.
Oh, yeah, that's, no, 10,065.
Is this so you can stop using the same thumbnail? Pick.
600 continue from JD.
Get the phone off the table. Oh, sorry. Ah, what did I do that for?
He's trying to
Danny's
get a...
feeling some of that wine
Yeah,
now,
he-
making
well,
some
he's-
poor decisions.
He wants to take a picture of that fat stack he just got.
It's no big deal.
So you don't want to be in the picture?
Only a minor offense.
Inappropriate. 9 calls, 2 players.
5 of clubs on turn, blank of all blanks. OFC 94%.
Inappropriate. Inappropriate.
Carlos says Mallory sighting. Yep, I saw her too. Right there by David.
I think she was out there playing some cash herself. When I went out there last, she was playing.
I made it.
10s and 6s for OFC.
That's right. Nothing working for the ace-king here.
JD doesn't want to give up. He's got the nut blocker. So if he wants to, consider constructing some type of... Oh, like this!
Oh,
this is what he could do.
God.
This is the only way that this hand gets through here.
Now OFC has the king of diamonds.
Max.
Which is, you know, a key card as
Relevant
well.
for sure.
Yeah.
And this is... There's only a few people in this room that make this play here like this. JD is one of them. I mean, this is putting max pressure on OFC. But to your point, OFC might... Using the king of diamonds, well, it's like both ways. Like, since he has the king of diamonds, that reduces the amount of like single diamond bluffs that are out there, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to think through this hand.
I mean,
at all.
he blocks a lot of the combos of suited hands like the ace king, the king queen, like a lot of suited diamond combos. He's blocking those hands, and you know, OFC's capable of making some big calls. We've seen him do it before. He knows JD is capable of it. Also, we talked about this earlier, how JD made these big all-ins earlier when he was super nutted. Now, a
like
great card for
balanced.
him on the river. He balanced it. He jammed it all in here too, completely balanced, making it very hard to exploit him or to know where you're at in the spot. Now, if anyone can make this call, like OFC is one of the players at the table who's very capable of putting this together.
I wonder if it's also relevant that the board is paired too, where like
not a lot of sixes for sure in JD's ranges. I don't think OFC can really worry about a 6, considering the hand was 3-bet pre. Just the 6 is not going to play into it, and he's trying to, you know, he loses to overpairs, he loses to flushes. Obviously, he's blocking kings.
OFC really taking time. I think he's genuinely thinking about this. Like
I think OFC might call.
Yeah, he's definitely apt, like to Hollywood. OFC definitely likes to Hollywood, but I think this is one of those spots where he's genuinely like trying to play it out in his head and find a way to call.
I think OFC is going to call.
Steven, who I think I recognize this name. I think maybe he ran deep in the main. King of Diamonds is nice to have here, but OFC is allowed to fold so much versus jam that he should really just be leaning towards calling diamond hands or better. Problem is if he has King 10 off here, then so little of his range is diamond holding, so he's sort of handcuffed himself. I would bet on a fold, though. Nice input. Thanks, Steven.
I would bet on a fold for a lot of players with OFC, and he very likely may fold. I've just seen him make really good calls before, and I have a feeling with that King of Diamonds blocker, I just think that OFC, and knowing that JD balances this spot and can be bluffing here, I think OFC is going to call.
Not sure yet.
Okay.
But we shall see.
I usually go home, but if you're going to stay, I might think about it.
Okay, good.
Not because I like you, not because...
Oh.
Because it's a better than better.
I mean,
Mr. Delivery.
He loses to jacks. He loses to queens. He loses. But does JD shove all in here on this river with those holdings, considering OFC called flop, called the 3-bet pre?
He so much looks like he wants to call here, like he's...
Get up.
Such a curveball bet, man.
Yeah, none of us were expecting him to do that, but if you think about it, this is the only way JD can turn this ace of diamonds into a bluff like this.
I'm not worried about the clothing. I'm just worried about the time frame and the... But it's okay because Hayden was there.
Like Steven's the whale from TCH.
I am on the edge of my seat.
I know, this is so close. Like, and OFC oh, he folds. Please show it. Please show the King of Spades.
I don't think he'll show. I think he stays so balanced.
Yeah, this is a pretty no-show. Nice bet from JD. Wow, like, golly.
No, it's ABS.
Totally reasonable fold there. He's losing to all the overpairs, all the flushes, obviously. So it's completely reasonable, and I think we lean towards fold, right? Like, in general. I just wondered if OFC against JD in this spot with the king of diamonds might decide to make the call.
What a bet on the end. I mean, that was so surprising. You just, like, for so many players, you just expect to just see them check give up. He's like, I've got a blocker. I'm just going to rip it. That was crazy.
Jedi saying he was only in for 1,100 into the pot himself. So,
man, a fun hand.
Yeah, that was exciting. Got my blood pumping there. On one hand, I'd like to play with JD, and on the other hand, I wouldn't like to play with JD.
Yeah, he's like such a sweetheart guy, but then will put you in the most uncomfortable poker spots. It's like
fun game. Commentating these games is so fun. I mean, I love poker so much, and just watching some of these hands, some of the moves these players are making, it's really exciting. I really enjoy it.
100%, yeah.
If you guys are enjoying this chat too, for JD for the big bluff, hit that like button.
Yeah, hit that like
Show
button
some
for
love.
Sure. JD 3 bets right away, 2 nines. Getting Gulloo to come along with the king 3 suited. And a bottom set for JD, top pair for Gulloo.
4 bets 500.
500 from JD continuing. Got a popper in right away. 8 of diamonds safe. JD gets the check mark. JD trying to figure out a way to get paid all 3 streets. Would hate for this to go check. He wants all the club draws to pay. He wants all the top pairs to pay. Just trying to figure out a way to price it. Full pot, looks like. Almost. Gulloo's the type of guy that doesn't want a full top pair. I don't blame him. But in this specific spot, it could get expensive.
Yeah.
You've been quiet.
I don't know. Tired. I was digging the warehouse last 3 days. I was tired. I took them out.
Did you have the dry fruits?
Gulloo in the tank.
Did you have the dry fruits?
What food?
The dry fruits I gave you.
Oh yeah, we ordered.
Is it
It's good. Yeah, same.
same?
Good fold.
Yeah, great fold by Gulloo. JD rakes another pot, about 5,000 in the middle.
I don't know if I say I will see because I'm not getting
Now I am.
After that
After that pot.
Where did you
After
get
that
that food
pot.
for that one day? It was
Mr.
so
Delivery says JD only gets a seat because the room needs his Netflix password. Yeah, he's funding the entire subscriptions for the poker room.
Folds anyway. I like
It's the least he can do for how much he's printed
Nice guy,
from
Matty.
this establishment.
You folded a king?
You can all pitch in an order if you want.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting
Bad king.
Let's do it.
JD's disappointed that he got ready to fold a king there.
DoorDash or do you remember?
Never expected
DoorDash.
So what are you going to do if you take down this 500K guaranteed for 50K plus? Retire?
You just took it over.
Retire.
What are you swearing on?
You're rich now. You got 50K.
That's a great question. What am I going to do with the 50K? I'm thinking it's going to be like 70, actually. I mean,
Yeah.
I just imagine it's going to be 70. But then if you win, you obviously have won a ton of bounties, too. So you're going to
Call
make
it 100.
over, you're going to make it
Call it
100K.
100K.
Oh, good fold. Give me the king.
Private jet, shopping spree.
I don't want to say something super boring, like pay off my student debt. But it's like,
But that's like actually a very baller thing to do. Screw student debt.
I'm definitely gonna take a trip to Paris.
Yeah. What do you
Okay.
I'm gonna go to Paris. Yeah, for sure.
25.50?
100% going to Paris if I win.
Heck
Can
yeah.
bet on that.
It's 10.25 and then optional 50?
Yeah.
And maybe go first class so you're not cramped back there.
There you go. First class going to Paris.
With all the euros in town?
You can book it. If I win, I'm going to Paris.
I don't know. What do you guys?
I'm not going to stay long, so I'm not going to.
What about you? If you decide to firebullet at this and you just run up a massive stack, you come into day 2 with 1.5 million, you just rack up all the bounties and you end up winning.
100K plus.
What are you going to do? 100K plus.
5 to 25 on the list, technically. 5 to 25.
I'm probably going to get it all in cash and then drive to
Vegas and put it all in black.
No. I'll probably drive back to my house, drop all the cash on the table and say, see, babe, I'm not a fluke. And then I'm going to take all that cash back, put it in a backpack, drive to my parents' house in Louisiana, throw it all on the table and say, see, Mom and Dad, this wasn't just some gambling hobby, okay? I made some real money here, folks.
Your answer is so much better than
Put it
mine.
back all in the backpack, drive home to Dallas, and change nothing because I'm paying for an 18-month-old. Maybe fully fund the 529 account.
There you go.
And
That's a
then
good one.
whatever's
That's
left,
a good one.
Maybe get an oil change or something. What would y'all do?
Very good answer. I would get a new car, too, probably.
Yeah.
I need a new car.
No, I'd probably splurge somehow. The new Call of Duty's coming out. Maybe do that. Let's see. Anybody else got any answers about what you would do? DQ's clearly already doing it. Spending a few weeks in Florence. Dealer Kev says paying off student debt is exciting for sure.
Poker Monkey said Poker Mama, Paris is only a short drive to Northeast Texas. That's right.
Paris, Texas.
We do
Yeah,
have
you're right.
Paris, Texas.
You want to play after the game?
Saying paying off student debt is exciting. It would be for me. I would like it.
It's like, yeah, somebody said it's not fun, but the relief after is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Nora says I would overtip the dealers. That's a good first thing. They knock on my door?
I don't think so. Gladfan says, I'd take a month-long cruise to Europe. That sounds amazing. One of the poker players from the room here is taking a week-long cruise in Greece. Various countries around Greece. I've been following his story on Instagram. It looks amazing.
That would be super
Looks like
sick.
a great idea. We've got the Ace-10 versus the Ace-10 here.
Well, you guys are already pulling.
Sam 3-bets his suited variety up to 625 from under the gun, too.
Only 2 people behind him.
Jedi
that
Master
close the
Ted,
button,
very
put it
right.
in the button and
I
fold
think
it,
Kirby's going
not
to settle his
significant
lifetime. I
at
told
all.
you so account. I mean, that's really the only reason I continue to play this game, is to eventually get to a point where I could say, no, I wasn't addicted to gambling, y'all. I was playing a skill game, Joe, and I've got the results to prove it, even though, like, I haven't been keeping results except for, like, the last 2 years or so. So I'd probably just get me even, maybe. It's fun to daydream about things that may never happen.
They
happen for
will
you.
happen.
Why not you?
100%.
Why not Poker
me?
Mama?
Why not me? We are winding down here. We got about 5 more minutes to see if we can get another huge hand in there. To see some crazy bluff, call, action, cooler.
Would you, are you team play for the win, or would you ever chop?
So I was at this summer at the World Series of Poker. I was at my first final table. It was actually the first tournament I bought. I know it was in, or maybe it wasn't. Yeah, it was. I was at a final table. I felt like I was by far the best player of the table. That's just how I felt in the moment, just being honest. They wanted to chop. I denied the chop because
like a boss.
I was feeling very good. And I instantly got kings versus aces and got in kings versus aces and lost immediately after denying the chop for like crumbs.
And you know everybody's just so satisfied
Yeah, I know they quickly chopped right after I left. Of course,
You guys want to chop?
I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up, put on my backpack before they had started their chop process.
That's so tilting.
It was extremely tilting, and after that, I'm just like, this is just like a karma thing. I mean, I just started feeling like, you know, in some spots, I might just be willing to chop, but. I had one backer who had like taken half my action and everything all summer long, and he was like, no, like, that's what you need to do every time, and as long as you do it every time, like, it's not always it's going to work out for you in the end, because your job is to maximize equity, and if you feel like you have a significant edge over the field there, like, you need to not take the chop. But it felt really, really bad. It felt really bad.
And especially like, you know, it's easy to say that before you're in the moment, but now you've just grinded like multiple days. You made your final table. There's like tens of thousands immediately there for you if you do chop. It's like there's certain situations where I feel like it would be hard for me to turn down, where it's like, wait, you're telling me if I say yes to this, I'm making 20,000 extra dollars?
Well, right, and if I could go back, I would instantly be like, hell yes, I chop. Like, hell yes.
It's such a balance.
And since then, I've heard so many stories of people telling me, like, the denying the chop curse that happened.
Which, like, you know, it's not a real thing, but it feels real, especially like when it happens to you. Because there's that additional shame of like, they all wanted to chop, they just saw me lose, and now they're going to chop. An even better situation. Whatever, you know. Sorry for trying to play to win.
I do agree to play to win. I also think it's important to get the shorthanded play experience, like four players, 3 players, heads up. All of those things are things that we don't play enough of in general, and so getting that experience in big moments on final tables when there's pressure on the line.
So infrequent to like be able to get exposure to that where it matters.
And it does matter, because the more often you get in those spots, the more comfortable you're going to be, and you're going to do well over the field more often just by playing it out and having that experience. And so I do like not chopping for that reason as well, just to get the heads up experience, get the shorthanded play experience.
Because, you know, if you watch final tables, like for the Saturday stream, you'll see people basically give it away just by having not had much shorthanded experience in tournaments where, like, you know, stacks are starting to become shallow, that kind of thing. And people that do have reps doing that can do really well,
right,
over and over and over.
And someone will say, well, you can just like go play heads up online or something. It's not quite the same when you have like all the ICM implications and the pressure of that moment.
And the sunk cost of your time, like, you know, it's all playing a part.
Yeah. You're tired, you've been grinding for 12 hours that day so far. And
right.
It's
hard to replicate.
I've got to stop because I know you would give it to me if I...
Looks like that was the last 2-card hand, I believe I heard him say. So maybe we're doing one more flip before we all get out of here. Thank you to everybody that's joined the stream. Very fun to be alongside Poker Mama, Casey Lynn tonight. Make sure you give her a follow on Twitter. What are your socials?
I am Poker Mama, but it's MOMMAA. So it's a double M and a double A at the end, and that's on both Instagram and Twitter.
Nice. Well, we appreciate you being here. You know, you've done this a few times, but really great to commentate with you.
Yeah, I agree. I really enjoyed this, and thank you guys so much for having me. The chat is always, you guys have the best chat. I guess we have the best chat.
That's right.
Fantastic. They're always so kind and nice and generous.
Yeah. Yes.
Generous.
It's like, we're very grateful for the generosity and how all the chat pros and fans have really bought into the stream and supported the room and the stream. And very grateful for everyone's participation and support of the room. What's this? 200 blind in the middle, I think. God, these guys. And just like lighting money on fire. It's very hard to relate to, but very fun to watch.
It is very fun to watch. Another really great game. I've enjoyed watching.
So as we get out of here, we'll see the results of this $200 flip, $1,800 in the middle blind.
Pull out.
Here's another instance where it's just impossible to see what
Quad
everybody has.
fours. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking.
I've done that plenty of times. Mustafa.
No, but we do have a 4 there.
Fours full of jacks for Mustafa. Nice little cap
there
for
it
his
is.
night.
Yes.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. Ben K and Poker Mama with you all night long, well, until 10 p.m. tonight. Thanks for joining us once again. We'll be back from Austin tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Central Time. Until then, have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.